Good evening and welcome to the June 14th, 2023 meeting of the Lower Merion Board of Commissioners. We have 4 meetings this evening. We have an Administrative and Human Resources Committee meeting, a special Board of Commissioners meeting, a Building and Planning Committee meeting, and a Finance Committee meeting. Now, before we start, please silence your cell phones. When the floor is open for public comment, please note that public comment will first be taken from people who are here physically present in the room. If you are here in the room, please use this podium to my right, to your left, to address the board. After that, we will take public comment for people who are attending virtually. If you are attending virtually and you wish to speak, please raise your virtual hand and the Township Secretary will promote you into the meeting. And for all members of the public who may address the board tonight, please introduce yourself prior to beginning your comments with your name and where in the township you live. Also note that it's a practice of this board to take all comments first and respond at the very end and answer questions at the very end, and we will continue that practice tonight. I also have one other announcement, and that is this Monday, June 19th is Juneteenth, which this is the first year for which is an official township holiday. Now, Juneteenth, which dates back to 1866, is one of the oldest celebrations in America, growing out of the experiences of Black Americans and their enslaved ancestors. And as a township holiday, Juneteenth provides an opportunity for Lower Merion Township to celebrate Black American heritage, honor the lives, sacrifices, and contributions that are woven into the American fabric, and support our efforts to build a community that exemplifies and promotes the fundamental American values of freedom, diversity, equality, liberty, and justice for all. Now, because Monday, June 19th is a township holiday, that means that refuse and recycling will be on a holiday schedule that week, which will be next week. So with that, we turn to this evening's meetings, and we are going to start with the Administrative and Human Resources Committee, and I call on its chair, Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you very much, President Stein. We have one item on this agenda, and that is for an appointment of an assistant township. Consideration for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners, confirmation of an appointment by the Township Manager of Brandon J. Ford to the position of Assistant Township Manager effective July 10th, 2023. Do I have a second? Thank you, Vice President Gladwyne. Before we have Commissioner comments, our Township Manager, Ernie McNeely, would you like to make a couple comments about this selection?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Churchill. I've nominated Brandon Ford to be our new Assistant Township Manager. Brandon is an experienced Assistant Manager who has served stints in Norristown and also most recently Springfield Township, Montgomery County. He began his career teaching government and social studies to high school students, and I guess he learned that he loved government but didn't necessarily love teaching and transitioned over to municipal management. Brandon has a bachelor's degree in secondary education from Penn State. He's got 2 master's degrees, one in public administration and the second in economic and community development. We had a lot of very good applicants for this position, as you might expect. We had 36 applicants that met some of the requirements of the position. We ended up interviewing 10 in a first round interview. We went to a second round with 5 finalists, and Brandon is our selection from that process. Brandon's experience in both community with a large low and moderate income community population, and also in Springfield with a relatively higher income population will serve us well here in Lower Merion. Brandon also currently serves as the president of the Montgomery County Consortium of Communities, which is a managers association in Montgomery County. We're looking forward to having Brandon on board, and I hope you will ratify my nomination here this evening. Glad to answer any questions.
Are there any commissioner questions? Seeing none. Wow. Before we go to vote, if Mr. Ford is confirmed, I will ask after a Board of Commissioners meeting if he wishes to make some comments. So that being said, all those in favor of this
You might need public comment.
Are there any public comments? I'm sorry, that is in great big letters. I missed. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment? Jody, is there anyone online?
No one on Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. So we can go for the vote. All those in favor of our nominee, Mr. Ford, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Any abstentions? Seeing none, it's unanimous. And that concludes the business of the Human Relations Committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Churchill. So with that, we're going to go straight away to the Special Board of Commissioners meeting. And so will the June 14th, 2023 special meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the Township of Lower Merion please come to order, and all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Bernheim and Mr. Grimes had asked to be excused. Mr. Churchill.
Here.
Mr. Courtney.
Here.
Mr. Gladwyne.
Present.
Ms. S. Kramer. Here. Ms. G. Kramer. Here. Mr. McComb.
Here.
Mr. McKeon.
Here.
Ms. O'Neill. She said here.
Yes, she said here, I saw here.
Mr. Stevenson.
Present.
Mr. Whalen.
Here.
Mr. Zellog.
Here.
Mr. Sinai.
Here.
Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. This is a section of our meeting where we have public comment on the one agenda item on our Special Board of Commissioners meeting, which is, again, the confirmation of the Assistant Township Manager. So given that there are no people who wish to speak in committee, there may also be no people who wish to speak at the Board of Commissioners meeting, but I will still open up if anyone wishes to make comment. Please come to the podium. Okay, there's not a mad rush to the podium. Jody, do we have anyone? Okay, terrific. So with that, I'm going to make a motion. So I move that we confirm the appointment by the Township Manager of Brandon Ford to the position of Assistant Township Manager effective July 10th, 2023. Okay, thank you, Vice President Gaffin, for that second. Any Commissioner comments? Okay. Jody, is this a handout?
No, you can just do a regular vote.
Okay, yeah, so all those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? Seeing none, that motion carries. I guess we applaud a little bit at this point. There are a couple of C words that are appropriate here. One is congratulations, and another is condolences. But I will give you an opportunity if you would like to say a few words. But certainly, on behalf of the board, welcome to the team, and we were delighted to have you here. You were terrifically qualified, and you rose to the top of a really competitive pool. And we're all super excited for you to join us.
So I'll just keep it brief. I just want to thank you all again. I know it was a very competitive field, and being able to stand here now and being confirmed as your next Assistant Township Manager. I'm very excited to be part of the team and work with Ernie and the rest of the staff doing great things for the township. So thanks again, and I look forward to getting to know each and every one of you a little bit better and doing the good work.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right.
And welcome. And we will see you in 27 days? Yes, exactly. We're counting down. Excellent. Well, that adjourns the special meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the Township of Lower Merion, and we're going to move to our next committee meeting, which is the Building and Planning Committee. And I recognize its Vice Chair, Commissioner Whalen.
Thank you very much, President. All right, we have tonight 7 items. We are going to take 2 of them together to try to smooth things along for everybody. The first item we have is the authorization to release funds held in escrow. And I will begin by making a motion. I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to release funds held in escrow as improvement guarantees in accordance with Section 135-5 of the Township Code for the following: 515-519 South Woodbine Avenue, escrow release number 1 in the amount of $107,050. 211 Belmont Avenue, LCB Senior Living Development, escrow release number 4 in the amount of $779,719. And third, 1064 and 1080 Mount Pleasant Road, Sandra Court Subdivision, escrow release number 7 in the amount of $72,600. If there are any questions from the commissioners, we have Greg Pritchard here to answer any questions. So I will ask if I have a second. Thank you, Vice President Gavin, 3 for 3. And do I have any commissioner comments or questions? Seeing none, or sorry, Tiffany, no. Seeing none, I will move to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none in the room. Jody, there's no one online. All right. And I will simply make a note that we have no public comment, and therefore, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none and seeing no abstentions, that passes unanimously. All right. Moving right on to number 2. Greg, you're still on the hot seat, we'll see. This is the approval of certificates of appropriateness. So I will move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of the following certificates of appropriateness as recommended by the Historical Architectural Review Board at their meeting held on June 6th, 2023. First, for 2 West Lancaster Avenue, Ardmore Commercial District, approval to install a sign with dimension letters citing Secretary of the Interior Standards number 9. Second, 39 East Lancaster Avenue, Ardmore Commercial Historic District, approval to paint a mural on the building's east wall facing the municipal parking lot. And third, 14-16 West Lancaster Avenue, Ardmore Commercial District, approval of the use of aluminum-clad wood window products as proposed, and conceptual approval of the use of a brick veneer product in a Flemish bond pattern on the reconstructed building facades, with the extent of the use of that product to be determined, and with a subcommittee to review material and product specifications and samples. Do I have a second? I'll go. Commissioner Churchill. All right. Does anyone have, we have Greg Pritchard here to answer any questions that anyone may have. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Certainly, Commissioner Churchill.
This is just for my information. Would you describe a Flemish bond? Is that when you have a brick here like that?
The pattern is an alternating, if you can picture, long brick, short brick, long brick, short brick.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the shorter bricks are a darker tone as well. That's a common detail.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Churchill?
No?
Thank you very much. All right. Is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none. Jody, I'll just assume no one's online unless you tell me otherwise.
Okay.
And we did receive one written comment from Michael Pollack, who wrote in support of the approval. So, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none and no abstentions, that also passes unanimously. On to number 3. Greg runs as fast as he can away from the podium. All right. Item number 3 is the approval of waiver of Township Code Section 111-4.2, regulating open space, open containers for beer garden areas during the mainline bike race. I will note that this is exactly the same as we did last year, just with a change of dates for the new date this August. So I will move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of a waiver of Township Code Section 111-4.2 as requested by the applicant, Ardmore Music Hall, to permit patrons to possess open containers with alcoholic beverages and serve alcoholic beverages on public rights-of-way within regulated areas on August 19, 2023, between the hours of 1 p.m. to 9 p.m., subject to Ardmore Music Hall providing the required insurance certificate documenting adequate coverage as required by the township. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner McComb. Jillian, do you need to make any comments?
I don't have any comments to make, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments?
I just have,
Certainly, Commissioner Churchill.
have we had any, last year, were there any problems about alcoholism or drunken people during the bike race?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay, so this is like third year in a row, so, yeah, that's
Yep.
great. Thank you.
The only comments I have received is that they hope that the township does this more often and has more fun doing it.
Okay.
Any public comment? Seeing none. We also received,
One public comment online.
oh,
George Manis.
I will call, who's the girl now?
From the ambulance.
Okay. Chief Flanagan, please turn on your video and
Hello, everybody, commissioners. I just want to thank you for the support. It's amazing to be teamed up with such a phenomenal township that understands that having events are important. It does benefit our 501c3, Narberth Ambulance, which serves all of Lower Merion Township and Narberth Borough. And being teamed up with the Ardmore Music Hall, that professionalism from the music side and the professionalism with the alcohol management and having event-free or issue-free events really are important. We can't control everybody, but we put a lot of time in it. So I just wanted to thank the Lower Merion Board, Manager McNeely, and the township staff for their support.
all right. Thank you very much, Chief Flanagan. Those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, with no abstentions. Madam Secretary, that also passes unanimously. All right. Now we're on to our next item. I'm going to take the next two items together. We will make separate motions, so I'll make the motions at the end. But this is with regard to a second stage plan for 1340 Clubhouse Road, Gladwyne, and additionally for 1341 Clubhouse Road in Gladwyne. If you guys want to give a tandem presentation, that's great. We like it spiced up a little bit. So Chris, just as you know, we're taking both together, so
We are.
make any comments with both.
Great. These are two lots in a 5-lot subdivision that was approved 10 years ago in Gladwyne. This was a very lengthy approval process, and I can say that all the details had been worked out 10 years ago concerning access. There's a private drive coming in off of Doghouse Lane, and there's some perimeter landscaping, and it was discussed and it went through tentative sketch and preliminary plan, and the property sat for 10 years. The cul-de-sac was constructed, and now developers are coming in to construct the homes, and second stage plan was required as per the previous approval. So it's been sitting for 10 years, and our staff went out and looked at the perimeter landscaping that's been in, and while we were out there, we noticed that some of the slated preservation area that's closer to Conshohocken and State Road has grown in over years, and there's some invasives, so we're adding conditions that those invasive species be removed. That the landscaping's in fairly good shape. It's growing in very well, so there's a nice perimeter buffer between this subdivision and the surrounding neighbors. This is one of the last open space preservation plans that we've had. It's approximately 10 acres. There used to be an old landscape company here with a very majestic barn. The barn was demolished to make way for 5 new homes with about 6 acres of preserved property. The 2 homes in question are right next to each other. They're in the middle of the cul-de-sac, 1341 and 1340. They're approximately 3,500 square feet each. There really are no issues that we've identified with this. Our staff just went through and combed through the plans while we're doing it. One thing that we did notice, and we've incorporated these into conditions of approval that are all acceptable to the applicant, is that there's a stormwater management and preservation area management easement along 1341. We noticed that the house was proposed to be built right up to the edge of that, and we've instructed the applicant they can build up to the easement, but they can't build into the easement. So we've noticed that along the way, and that's a condition of approval. All of the conditions in here are acceptable to the applicant. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
All right. With that brief summary, does anyone have any questions from the commissioners?
Gosh, that's
Seeing none, I can't.
dominating.
Go ahead, Commissioner Churchill.
Regarding stormwater management, I assume that they have to have their stormwater management of a 25-year flood. And what does it mean installed, the stormwater management controls cannot be installed until a temporary basin is converted to a permanent basin? What, I mean?
So let me walk you through that. So the entire property is shown up on the screen. In the preservation area is where the permanent stormwater basin serving all the properties is going to be. Currently, there's a temporary basin there. In order to complete the project, the permanent basin will need to be constructed, covered over, because it's an underground basin, and then the temporary basin filled in. So there's also going to be a series of smaller basins during the construction, but it'll make sure that in the time period before the permanent basin is constructed, there will be no additional stormwater runoff.
Uh-huh. And who's going to, do we inspect this once it's done?
Those are township, It's
Okay.
inspected during construction, and then the stormwater basins are required to be inspected and reported to the township every 2 years after.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Churchill?
I hope not.
All right. President Sinai.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mellon. Chris, I just had questions about conditions 2 and 3, which are the applicant shall continue to work with staff regarding the location and architectural style of the new residences. Am I on the right one? Yeah. So they are compatible with the existing neighborhood and are sensitive to existing natural features. And then condition 3, you're looking at me quizzically. We're on 1340 Clubhouse, right?
So one of the things that our staff identified when we were looking at the reviewing the architecture was that there was a large blank area on one of the properties. There was without windows. So we've instructed, we brought that to their attention.
I'll just finish before you answer. It might be more specific because it wasn't like wired. It was just. It didn't seem like there's a lot of existing architecture. I wasn't sure whether it was going to be compatible to and what these were for. And just maybe you could just give me some color on why these are here.
Correct.
Okay.
We were looking for more articulation.
Okay.
There was a general condition that they needed to be consistent with the neighborhood. Most of these homes are constructed after 1960, so it doesn't have a very defined style of architecture that many other neighborhoods have. So we were just looking to make sure that large blank areas had proper glazing and there was articulation.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
Anything else, President Sinai?
No, that's it. Thank you, Commissioner Brown.
Commissioner McComb.
Thank you, Commissioner Whalen. Chris, quick question. Paragraph 27, it looks as if there's an obligation to remove the invasive species on site prior to a certificate of occupancy. Was there anything in the previous conditions of approval that required the applicant to maintain the property free of invasives? And we all know invasives, you blink and they're there, but was there an obligation on their part to do so?
There is. The maintenance and operation covenant for the open space preservation area requires the applicant to annually go through and remove invasives and monitor for that. We use the second stage plan approval, and every time we go back and visit that to remind owners, because this is actually a new owner. These are the people that are going to occupy the homes that are coming in. The previous owners were the original developer. This is an opportunity to just remind everybody of that obligation.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have, Commissioner Whalen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McComb. And Commissioner O'Neill.
Hi, thank you so much. In that same area where the open space preservation section, my question was in part what you addressed with the former question, and my bigger question has to do with the preservation area access. And also how, or what the vision is now with the connectivity in play at Conshohocken State. I know that that's not exactly at the intersection, but have we imagined, or can there be any discussion around crossing either over Aronimink or Aramink, I forget the name of the road across the street there on Conshohocken, or down to the intersection that was just improved by PennDOT, and then cutting across over to this section of Bryn Mawr, Villanova near Hermitage.
So with the preservation area itself contains a trail that's for the use of the 5 homes that are on the property. So that's self-contained to itself. The township looked at putting a sidewalk along Conshohocken State Road and deemed it somewhat challenging because there aren't other sidewalks connecting to this. So the obligation to put a sidewalk along Conshohocken State Road has been deferred until the time that the township would require it as part of a larger network. But during all of that discussion 10 years ago, there was never any discussion of crossing over Conshohocken State Road. And I think, particularly from my experience here, we would probably want to direct people up to the signalized intersection up at Spring Mill, just because it's the busyness and the slope of Conshohocken State.
Okay.
Do you think that the family engage in those conversations moving forward, or, you know, whether or not it's just encouraging folks to come down and walk through the crosswalk there if they need to, or vice versa? And is the path to the preservation area, can it be open to the public, or is it indeed gated, etc.?
I wouldn't characterize it as gated. I'm not aware of any physical barriers, but it's really meant for the, it's much like requiring a path in somebody's backyard. It just happens to be 5 people who are sharing a common backyard of a preservation area. So it's really, the preservation area is meant for the recreational needs of just the people in this subdivision. The HOA is always welcome to open it up to the public, but at this time, I don't think there's any plans for that. And then regarding other connectivity along Conshohocken State Road, I think that's a question to maybe talk offline about. I don't think that really, I think that connectivity is something above and beyond this application, but I'd be happy to have that conversation.
Commissioner O'Neill, do you have anything further? Seeing no other commissioner comments, I will ask if there's any public comment to this. Seeing none, no one online, and I don't believe we received any written comments. Therefore, I will make a motion. Again, we handled both 1340 and 1341 together, but we have to make 2 separate motions. So I will move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of a second stage plan, the plan dated December 8, 2022, last revised February 15, 2023, showing the construction of a single-family dwelling with a 4,454 square foot footprint, an attached 3-car garage, and a deck. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Stevenson. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none with no abstentions, Secretary, that passes unanimously. And next, I will move to recommend, this is for 1341 Clubhouse Road, I will move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of a second stage plan, the plan dated December 8, 2022, last revised February 15, 2023, showing the construction of a single-family dwelling with a 3,542 square foot footprint, an attached 3-car garage, and a deck. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Stevenson. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that also passes unanimously. We are now moving on to our second to last matter. And Chris gets to stay here in the hopefully not too hot seat. This is, I got excited and moved to the last matter. This is the approval of use for a small wireless communications facility design manual. So I will begin by moving to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of the use of the small wireless communications facility design manual dated April 2023 as drafted. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner McCollum. Vice President Gavin is now on strike. And Chris, I'll turn it over to you.
This is rather self-explanatory. Next Wednesday evening, there'll be a public hearing to adopt 3 ordinances relating to wireless telecommunication facilities in the township. Wireless telecommunication facilities have evolved over time, as has the need for the regulation of them. The township is going to comprehensively update those next week. As part of that, one of the key parts of wireless telecommunication is what these facilities look like and where they're placed. The ordinances will bring all of our local requirements up to state and federal requirements. The design manual that we're presenting tonight is it's really more for informational purposes. It accompanies the ordinances. There's really no, it's not really, you don't adopt it, you accept it like you would other guidelines. It's really designed and includes guidance for the placement and the coloring and the location and the size of these facilities to make sure they are as visually unobstructive as possible. Right? Trying to make them small, make them place them where they can't be seen, and then also to make sure that they meet ADA requirements, so as you're walking down the street, you're not bumping into them. There are some of these older ones that I know in some of our neighborhoods that are sometimes placed a little low, and they conflict with pedestrians on the way. So the idea is to modernize our wireless communication regulations as much as possible. This is just part of that. We're just bringing that forward as a requirement tonight.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Seeing none, is there any public comment? Seeing none in the room, I will note that we received written comment from Michael Pollock of Ardmore, who wrote in support of this item. And is there anyone online? No one online. In that case, I will call to a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none and no abstentions, Madam Secretary, that passes unanimously. And now we are on to the final item for the evening. This is with regard to an approval extension request for 206 to 216 Bala Avenue and 5 to 9 North Highland Avenue in Bala Kinwood. And I will call on Jillian to let us know what we're doing tonight.
Sure, I'm just going to share my screen so I can show a few slides. Thank you, Commissioner Whalen. As you said, this is a request to extend the approval of...
Just so you know, you're still on the small wireless communication.
Sorry.
It's a fascinating topic. You're welcome to delve into it off the top.
I think Chris sufficiently covered it. So.
Thank you.
As you had mentioned, this is a request to extend an approval. The approval was made, it's showing on my screen.
There you go. Just jump to something.
Okay. All right, I'll start again. Oh, okay. Stop share. I think I've got it. The approval was granted in 2018. It was an approval for a mixed-use building. There was ground floor mixed use proposed along Bala Avenue. The property, which can be seen here, I'm trying to, it's not letting me go into presenter mode. But the property that can be seen here, it's actually a consolidation of 5 properties. The approval include the demolition of 2 commercial buildings and a residential building. The applicant was approved to consolidate the parcels and to construct a new 5-story building with a 36,000 square foot footprint. It was to contain 6,000 square feet of ground floor commercial along Bala Avenue and 83 upper level apartments. This is an image of the site where the approval, where the building was proposed. You can see here is a separate building that was to be integrated into the development but was not part of the approval. And subsequent to the approval, this corner building here was added to the historic resource inventory as a Class 2 historic resource. This plan here provides an overview showing the footprint of the building in blue. There were a number of streetscape amenities located both along Bala Avenue and Highland Avenue. There's vehicular access being taken off of Bala Avenue in this location, as well as upper access to a garage structure that would come off of Highland. There is a significant slope on the site. The applicant was also proposing stormwater management facilities in the rear and had shown a small plaza area to be provided. A rendering of the proposed building. This would be looking at the corner of across the street on Bala Avenue, looking at Highland and Bala Avenue, showing the commercial area located along Bala Avenue with the residential in the rear. This is the site as it stands today. I believe in 2019, the existing buildings were demolished. This is the site currently from Bala Avenue, and the existing historic resource, which is located at the corner, it remains. So since this project was approved in 2008, there have been a series of ordinance amendments to the zoning code which would alter this approval. Staff has outlined them in the memo, but I'm happy to provide an overview if anyone has any questions. The most significant are an ordinance amendment in 2018, which removed the requirement to their ability to count public parking or designate public parking to meet your minimum parking standards. The designation of 202 Bala Avenue as a Class 2 historic resource. In 2020, the new zoning code was adopted, which included a number of new standards which regulate architecture. And also, City Avenue Bala Village District was also amended to reduce density increase standards to remove a duplicate of off-site traffic improvement. So that would result in a square footage reduction for the building. Staff has been working with applicant who is here and will be able to answer any questions about the progress or lack of progress that has happened on the site. Filing the extension, staff discussed different conditions or recommendations that we would feel comfortable be imposed to ensure that the project does not continue to languish. So specifically for construction timeline, it was establishing a construction timeline. The covenant that is recommended with staff's memo identifies a timeline for the posting of a financial guarantee and recording of the plan by October 31st, submission of complete building permits by December 31st, and then also providing or demonstrating a bonded contractor who will ensure the full completion of the project to be reviewed by the township engineer, as well as allowing an additional 3-month extension if the project were to be transferred to another entity. The second area that staff had concerns about was commercial space. During the 2018 approval process, there was a lot of community engagement, and really the vision of a food and beverage space was sold to the community along with this approval. The applicant had had already purchased a liquor license. So we wanted to ensure that vision was really fulfilled. So we have worked with the applicant and recommended that a covenant be placed to restrict the commercial use to food and beverage, to be removed only upon returning to the board. The applicant would also make efforts to market the space, and which would include monthly reporting to both staff as well as City Avenue Special Services District. The applicant has agreed to construct the the commercial space to a vanilla condition, as well as offer $150 per square foot for tenant fit out, and offer free rent for 6 months for a prospective tenant following the start date of opening date. And the last area we really focused on was architecture. As I had mentioned, there were a number of architectural standards that have been put in place with the 2020 zoning. So staff worked with the applicant to identify some areas where the proposed renderings that the applicant provided during the approval process were not consistent with our current standards. We have provided those comments to the applicant. They are accepting of them. And we have recommended a condition requiring the applicant to work with staff to make necessary adjustments to the architecture as shown on the Exhibit A, which was also included in your packet. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the architecture, or any of the recommendations staff has put together for this. It's had a long process and a lot of background, so I'm sure you have some questions, and I know the applicant's here as well and would be happy to talk about it.
Thank you very much, Jillian. Before we go to commissioner questions and comments, I'm going to ask the applicant if they have anything to add.
Good evening. I'm George Brosman. I'm representing the applicant. Jillian made a good summary. I had a few points I could make, if that is okay. The project received preliminary plan approval in 2018, as you heard. For those of you that are familiar with the township's final plan approval process, it's a very extensive and intensive process. It doesn't involve further meetings with the township, but a lot of things need to be done to get final plan approval, which is when the township engineer and the township staff say that all the conditions have been satisfied. The township will sign the plans and you can record them. I didn't want the township commissioners to be under the impression that nothing had happened since 2018. A lot of time, effort, and resources were put into this by the applicants. They advanced the project very far from preliminary plan through the final plan process. The final plan package was submitted to the township staff. We were down to the final comments on that. As recently as January, another package was submitted. We believe all the comments have been addressed. The outside agency approvals, the permits have been granted for this project. The PennDOT highway occupancy permit was needed and was issued. The sewer planning module exemption has been granted. Demolition work was done as was permitted by the approval at significant cost to the client. They demolished those buildings to get a jump on the project. They didn't demolish them just to get rid of them. They were intending on proceeding with the project. So they were doing everything that needs to be done and moved the ball very far along. The client has successfully completed 5 other buildings in the township, so they have a track record. It's my understanding that when COVID hit and then inflation and the construction issues came up, they just couldn't get the last part done in the time required, so that's why we're here asking for the extension. The project has a lot of good things about it, some of which Jillian highlighted. It will, although it's not part of the plan, the client does own the building on the corner, which has now been made a Class 2, and that building will be incorporated and preserved into this project if this project can go forward. A local landscape design firm, Salt Design, which is very connected with the township and the community, are the ones that did the plans for the streetscape and the landscaping. And a lot of time was spent doing the project. If the project doesn't get the extension, I don't know what will happen with the site. If somebody had to start over, it would take many, many years, I believe, to go through the new approval process. Yes, there have been zoning changes. With regard to the parking, a new developer could seek to add more parking on site. either by acquiring more properties, adding more parking underground, taking other measures. So if there were some in the community that might think that the number of units could be reduced if this extension is granted, if a new developer were to come along and start from scratch, you could end up with, the same or a greater number of units. They could provide the parking theoretically on site. So we worked with the staff to address the primary concerns that Jillian did a great job of outlining. One, there's a construction, or there's a deadlines that if they don't meet, the extension will expire. So they've got to post the financial security, which will be significant, and record the plans by October 31. And they've got to apply for the building permits, which is a significant undertaking, and produce that bonded contractor by the end of the year. So that addresses the timing. The second issue, the food and beverage use and the ground floor space. I've had other projects here where we've talked about a condition asking for a marketing plan. This declaration does provide a marketing plan for that, and there's actually now going to be a deed restriction that it has to be a food and beverage use unless the township were to modify that. Clients are hopeful they will find that use. And then there's the, they are agreeing to offer the incentives that I know we've talked about on other projects. So that addresses the ground floor commercial space. And then third, the architecture. They're agreeing to work with the staff basically to implement changes from the new ordinance that the staff found important on the architecture. So we think it's a good project. It was, when it was approved, a lot of time was spent with the township and the community getting it approved. We think these enhancements and extra conditions only advance it and make it better. So we hope that you will support the extension. We could answer questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Brosman. Before I go to general comments or questions from the commissioners, Commissioner McComb, as the ward commissioner, would you like to start us off?
It's kind of a tough issue. And I think as we look at it, it's important to look ahead, not really looking back. I mean, nobody could predict COVID and the change in the financial circumstances, but frankly, there's been disappointment by residents over the lack of progress and that's sort of how it ended up. So from my perspective, I'm willing to support it, but I'm looking really to see those commitments in terms of the performance bond and the filing and so forth. I mean, also, I think the architectural enhancements make sense. I think they give us a better project than we might otherwise have under if the project was not extended and we had under the current zoning. One of the concerns by the residents is the total lack of activity on Bala Avenue right now. I'm over there pretty regularly. We have many vacant storefronts, and what we don't need are less activity in this project. So what are the types of things that Cross Properties is going to do to aggressively market this retail space on the ground floor? Because that's the key. If we have more vacant space, it's tumbleweeds flowing down Bala Avenue. It's not going to do anything. So can you flesh that out, or can the applicant flesh out?
I could try to address it in the declaration that we prepared. We worked with staff to come up with a program, and I might ask Dan Spitzen or Kevin Michaels to elaborate on it. But they've committed to at the time of construction having a real estate expert on board with expertise in the food and beverage area. They will work with the staff and the City Avenue Special Services District, who I understand is also coming up with a plan for these types of things. They're going to have to submit a monthly report to the township, and I can let Dan or Kevin put some color on what they foresee with that regard. I also believe that the I'll call them the incentives, could be important. They're committed to building out the space, so somebody will be able to come out and see it in a shell condition. It'll be there ready to go. They would do that at their expense. I think that'll be very important. And then with the incentives of the the $150 per square foot and the possibility of the 6 months free rent, I think it's a good program, and it will be committed to by a recorded declaration that would get recorded with a plan.
Yeah, I mean, those are encouraging words. The township has approved a retail marketing study in conjunction with the City Avenue Special Services District, and the president CEO, Brian Fenstermaker, has extensive experience on Passyunk Avenue and knows restaurateurs and is connected in that world. So there are resources available. But again, it's the commitment to follow through rather than just, a commitment that's on paper.
Yeah, and I know you've heard this before, so I don't want to say something, but I do think it rings true that, there's no incentive for the developer to have the space empty. And here, they've actually committed to a marketing plan and committed to incentives. And I believe Kevin Michaels is even on the board of the City Avenue Special Services District, has helped with the community. So they would welcome working with Brian Fenstermaker at City Avenue Special Services. That could only help.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Certainly, Commissioner McComb. Does any other commissioners have any questions of either Mr. Grossman, the applicant, or Jillian, or any comments to make? Commissioner Gilda Kramer.
Redeveloping this site is a key to revitalizing Bala Avenue, which is a very high priority for our Bala Kenwood community. And I went to many presentations on the original plan and believe that the original plan is a very good plan and a very nice plan that would help to spark improvement on Bala Avenue, which is something that we care about a lot. I've been working with a fairly large group of community members on some ideas on what to do with Bala Avenue, and everybody in the community who I speak to wants that fixed. And fixing this hole in the ground is one of the first things that people talk about. I personally have been deeply disappointed by the applicant's failure to get this project built and the condition of the empty lot that has really created blight on Bala Avenue. However, this proposal does keep the applicant on a very tight timeline to complete this project, which I believe is our priority and is in the best interest of our community. All of that said, I do have a question. I know that staff has raised the issue with the applicant about having the liquor license that was intended to be used in the first floor space, and which is kind of a key to redeveloping Bala Avenue, go with this project. And I know that up until now, the applicant has not been willing to commit to having the liquor license run with this project or be tied to this project. And I'd like to know whether you are willing to reconsider that and at least consider having the liquor license be tied to this plan so that we can have the type of amenities in the food and beverage space that the community has been asking for.
As far as I know, and Kevin, Dan can correct me if I'm wrong, they do have the liquor license. They are intending to use it for this space, but to make a legal commitment that it has to stay there, I don't think they could do that. But it is the intention. They do have it, and they intend to use it, but to make it a legal requirement that it could not be transferred, I don't think they feel they can agree to that.
Thanks, everyone. Sorry I was a couple minutes late. Thanks for your attention and willingness to hear us out tonight. I think George done an excellent...
Excuse me, could you just identify
I'm sorry,
yourself?
I'm Kevin Michaels, the founder of Cross Properties. It's good to see many of you again. As George pointed out, this will be our sixth project, and it's, I'll be frank and say it's a personal failure. And I apologize to the community and Bala Avenue and so forth. There's a myriad of excuses that I won't recollect right now. We are where we are, and it's my intention to move forward expeditiously. Your request with respect to the liquor license is fair. I'm not trying to be coy. It is owned by a separate partnership, so the mayor, as this project will be called, is owned by a group of investors, and the liquor license is held by a separate group of investors. To combine the two legally would be difficult, if not impossible. It's my desire to obviously to turn this project into a success and to give the F&B that not only you want, but I want to see on as a catalyst, as a stakeholder in the neighborhood, as a board member of the City Avenue Special Services District. We've done no favors thus far. It's my intention to turn that around. It would be my intention to lease the license, or whatever the proper terminology is, to the site to be able to have them use it. My desire would be to have a wine bar there, a food hall concept, which has always been the concept, to have 4 to 6 different flavors there if you want, Italian, Chinese, a wine bar, a brew pub, et cetera. All those uses, I think, that would really be a catalyst for Bala Avenue. To tie the two legally, unfortunately, is not something that we can do or are willing to do. And so, but you have my commitment that that's certainly my desire. I think it's an important element to have for the project to have success with the F&B on the ground floor. I also wanted to say thanks to Jillian and Chris. It was a pleasure to work with them again, and they've worked and bent over backwards to help us get to where we are tonight. Happy to answer any more questions, and George, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think what I'll do is, I'm seeing this go forward, and I'll apologize to Commissioners McComb and Kramer. I'll give you a second bite at the apple, so to speak. Why don't we just stick to questions for right now? And any questions, I would like to point out, we have our solicitor here tonight in case anyone has legal questions specifically for this item. So if there are any commissioner questions, then I'll go to public comment, and then we'll circle back to regular comments. And again, I apologize, Commissioners McComb and Gilda Kramer. I'll give you a second chance. Any questions from Vice President Gladwyne?
Thank you very much. So I think there's a question either for Jillian or for our solicitor. So the demolition was done a while ago without the construction happening, which has obviously caused huge problems, right? You have a big, for want of a better term, big hole in the ground for quite some time.
Right.
How do we allow that to happen on a project like this? Or is there maybe a better way to phrase it? Is there a way to prevent that from happening and not allow demolition and a blight to the neighborhood before, plans are submitted for permitting for a construction project?
So the question is, how do you allow demolition of a large building like this if the project is then going to be permitted to not go forward?
Correct. Or on the flip side, how do we prevent that from happening?
Well, demolition is simply a matter of getting a building permit to demolish a property. There isn't any requirement when you get a demolition permit that there be an intent to thereafter develop that particular piece of property, and that's what happened here. The applicant felt they were going to move ahead. They got a demolition permit, but the demolition permit can't be conditioned upon thereafter building something else. Frequently, there is a plan and there is a security in place for a performance to take place, but that's not a requirement that we can impose on a demolition permit. If you have a piece of property with a building on it, you're permitted to demolish it even though you have no intent to thereafter develop it.
Okay, thank you.
Are you all done, Vice President Gabb?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, any further questions,
No.
Vice President Gaffney? President Simon.
Thank you, Commissioner Mellon. So I have a few questions. I'll start with Jillian. Jillian, so you know from previous conversations that one of my concerns here is that previously there was like a 5-year leash on this, and we had 5 years of kind of nothingness. And if we're going to do an extension, like the first is how do we keep that to be a short leash? And I guess my understanding is that something has to happen by October 31st. And the second is like, how do we keep it from being a free leash, right? Because not all that interested in just giving someone time with no real teeth to actually having to deliver. And I think this is related to Vice President Gavrin's question of like, well, if you allow demolition, like how do you make sure that there's some financial downside? So can you walk me through what it is, right? I mean, so what does the applicant here stand to lose if they don't actually deliver what Commissioners McComb and Kramer were looking
So
for?
we've built in two different elements. We have a requirement for the plan to be recorded by October 31st, but we're also requiring that escrow be posted. And that escrow would give us a sense that there would be some financing for the project, for the public improvements of the project. We also have included the requirement for a contract with a contractor that is bonded to ensure that there would be a financial guarantee that the project would be completed.
Okay, so maybe you can just give me a little more detail on that, 'cause I think those specifics are kind of important. So, the memo says a financial guarantee for the project. I think you told me what the escrow, I mean, maybe you could tell everyone else what
Yes.
the amount is.
Sorry, the amount?
Yeah.
So the amount is, I believe there was an estimate that was provided in 2020 for $263,000. I spoke with the township engineer before the meeting, and he felt with inflation, it would approximately be raised to $310,000. Would be the escrow requirement. The escrow covers public improvements. It doesn't include the construction of the building. It would just be public improvements that are associated with the project.
And under what conditions would the applicant forfeit the $310,000?
Once it's determined that the applicant has defaulted on and is no longer moving forward with the project. I do believe permits expire in 6 months. Once there's 180 days of no action, the township would be in a position to utilize the escrow funds to complete necessary public improvements. And Gil, if there's anything you want to add to that.
No, that is true. The public improvements are the basis for the security, but if nothing should move forward at all, that security is there and the township can call upon it. If there has been some effort to, say, put a public improvement in and hasn't finished, that money's available in order to complete it. But to answer your question specifically, if they don't meet the timelines, they don't build the project because no permit will be issued because it violates the zoning code. So that's really the hold. They're asking for an extension to do that which they intended to do originally. If they don't do it, it goes back to square zero.
I mean, but just so I make sure I understand this, in effect, we're being asked to give them till October 31st for free. And upon October 31st, they have to put real money at stake.
Yes.
And then that money can be forfeited. And then December 31st, there's even more that has to be put at stake because they need financing and a contract with a general contractor.
By November the 1st,
Okay.
the day after October the 31st, we'll know whether this project is going to go forward. So the extension really is up to that date. That's when real money has to be put up. And if real money has to be put up, then within the next 3 months, there has to be a contract entered into with a real contractor, not an empty shell.
Okay.
That's what the word bonded means.
Yeah. So next question, thank you, that helps a lot. So next question is about some of the other things that are kind of like the quid pro quo in this extension. One of which is the improved design standards. So, the applicant has agreed to work with staff to the satisfaction of Director of Building and Planning, and you can either speak for him or we can have him come up and answer this. But what would satisfy the Director of Building and Planning?
So we have outlined the changes that we want to see, and the applicant's aware of them. I mean, primarily they are increase in some of the higher quality materials, making sure those materials don't change mid-plane and facade, make sure they're connected or correspond with a change in the plane, which gives the building a more substantial look. We've also, there was like a metal panel that had a faux wood appearance to it. We're asking that a cast stone veneer or a scored stucco material be utilized, which is more consistent with the historic district in the locations where that metal panel was previously shown.
Okay. Well, certainly from my perspective, I would hope that the Building and Planning Department would stick to a very high level of expectation for the standard here, and feel free to come back to the board if it is not met. I have one more question, which I suppose is for Mr. Bersman. And that is, so the $150 of tenant improvement reimbursement, I guess, and that's for 5,000 square feet, so it's like about $750,000 in total. Is that the number we're looking at?
I better have my client answer that, because math is not my strong suit.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so just how, and this might be for the client as well. So where did the 150 come from? Like how did you come to that number?
I think it's a combination of, I'll simply say it's what the market would request, or what market standards are, based on delivering a vanilla box plus additional tenant improvement dollars for a total of $150 committed investment into that space, which is real money.
It is.
For me.
But when you said it, so what the market would need right now is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay.
In order to have a successful fit-out space and to attract the right tenants that we all want, that's what we think the market will request.
Okay, so I have another question while you're here, which is, I think, certainly what I had in mind for this space was a new tenant, as opposed to, in Lower Merion, as opposed to say, hey, let's just go grab Iron Hill from Ardmore. And I suspect that wasn't your intent, right? You described something that doesn't exist in Lower Merion. Are you willing to commit to you getting a food and beverage tenant that does not already have an establishment in Lower Merion? Yeah.
It certainly wasn't my intent. I don't know how I would make that commitment legally.
Okay.
Is it one that I'd be comfortable making? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So that could be one of the things that we ask staff and Mr. Bersman to kind of work out for us.
Sure.
If you're comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to grow the organic footprint of Lower Merion.
Yeah.
Organic retail, not just a shell game moving one tenant over. So, agreed.
Okay, so we're definitely in agreement on that. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Bala.
No more questions, President Sonny? That was
No more.
3 final questions when you were having a final one.
I'm not.
But nobody's counting.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any questions for either the applicant or Building and Planning? Seeing none, I will go to public comment then. Is there anyone in the room who would like to approach for public comment?
Good evening, everybody, and thank you, everyone, for the involvement that you do to make our township a better place for us all. This whole process with building...
Excuse me, just...
I am Barry Polis. I'm a 40-year resident on Bala Avenue. I also have a real estate company in Bala Kenwood, which is I've owned and operated for 38 years. All these apartment buildings came about because we had zoning change, because we required changes in our zoning laws to develop things here in our township. With zoning changes, there's good and there's bad. Subsequent to this new zoning change, we've discovered that there were some things that were very bad, and we had to make amendments to them, which are listed on page 3 here of these items, of which will change to the zoning of this project, which our township zoning official felt were mandatory and should be implemented. Now, as far as results from the recent zoning change and development, the successful projects, to my observations, have been 335 Writers Ferry Road, the Kinwood at 130 Monument Road, and 20 St. Asaph's Road, all of which are apartment complexes in self-contained areas where they do not interfere whatsoever with any residential community, in that they are contained and there is no off-street parking, as opposed to the Kelly, the Grant, and the Athens, which are in the hearts of residential communities and have kind of led to these zoning amendments being necessary because of the violation to residential parking and long-term established residents losing their parking. Now, as far as successful retail is concerned, due to the zoning change, there's been successful zoning projects such as the residential inn Marriott on the river, which has been brought about by the zoning change, and the additional parking lot and development of Suburban Square. Why are these successful places that are retail successful? Because they have excessive free parking without limitation. Failed retail development, I have to point out to the Kinwood, which is developed by the same developer of, I believe, 83 apartments, which has 7,500 square feet of commercial space, which this developer has failed to produce a tenant in over 3 years. It has remained vacant. Why? If we have these tenants in hand and they've utilized professional developers, have they not been able to get a tenant? Because they do not have parking, and because the abundance of these mixed-use developments are geared towards apartments, not towards retail. Nova has had 5 years to produce, and really hasn't maintained the stewardship of developing what was supposed to be the result of $100 million worth of development. Basically, this street has resulted in blight. There's already 2 successful projects there, yet there's no trickle down to the development in the community. Now, as far as the stewardship of this developer during the course of their development, I as a neighbor, have found that their parking of their employees was off-street, that the construction sites were not screened, that there were continuous violations of what I felt were inappropriate. Even right now, this lot in question has grass that hasn't been mowed, which is a township violation, which I reported on my comments to you a week ago, which all of you have seen, and still has that neglect and is still improperly screened. Now take, for instance, the development that was on Bala Avenue of the French School. That project was appropriately screened, had pictures of the future development, and never had a lax
Mr. Polis, I'm just going to ask you.
I'm going to wrap up.
I'm giving you some leeway, and I will, for completeness, note that all commissioners did receive your written comments from a week ago in opposition, but I would just ask you to limit your comments to this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is the vision of myself and my neighbors for Bala community? We would like to see Bala Avenue be similar to Wayne, downtown Wayne, which doesn't have high-rise structures and which does gear itself to retail. We would like to see the avenue be along the lines of Media, which does not lend Media's Main Street, which does not lend itself to high-rise structures and abundance of multi-unit apartment buildings. I think that the density of these projects should be maximizing retail and not maximizing apartments, that the distribution is uneven from maybe 10% retail to 18% retail and 90 to 80% apartments, because apartment dwellers hoard parking. And you can't have successful retail unless you provide people with adequate parking. I think that it's in the community's interest to deny the developer's request for an extension and to allow the changes to the zoning law to be forced upon whatever comes next. These zoning changes were made because it's necessary. They were brought about because it is necessary, because we did have opposition to the off-street parking on Bala Avenue, and it has resulted in a continuance.
Mr. Solis, I've given you some leeway. I'm just asking you to wrap up.
Why should or why would anyone representing Lower Merion Township vote to aid a developer in avoiding a new zoning law which is passed for the good of the public. Why should any of you support that? I see no good reason for that. The zoning law was changed because of reasons that affected the public's good. Now that the developer has had 5 years, they've shown neglect to the site, and they're asking for more time. It doesn't warrant it. It's time that the new zoning aspects be brought into place on the next project, and that the entire project be reevaluated. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulus. And just as a matter of completeness, since I did mention Mr. Paulus's written comment, we did receive one other written comment, which was from the Neighborhood Club of Bala. I know all the commissioners have this, so I'm not going to read through it, but there was an extensive ordinance passed, or resolution rather, passed by the board of the Neighborhood Club of Bala at its meeting on May 23rd, 2023, in opposition to this request for an extension.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alicia Njosi. I live at 10 Montgomery Avenue. I am unfortunately an apartment dweller, but I don't hoard parking, so don't hold that against me. I've lived in my space for over 5 years now. And I gotta be honest, this is the first time I've done this, so it's feeling a little Parks and Rec. Like there's a big empty lot next to my building, and I'm staring at it daily thinking, what is happening? Because I don't know that anyone in front of me sees it as often as I and my fellow residents do. I have seen children playing in that lot. I have seen the fencing come down. I have seen the accessibility of the sidewalks blocked. It's pretty shameful that this is one of the best communities to live in the state, and that's what I'm looking at. So, but, you know, I hear what you're saying. We need to talk about this plan moving forward. So here's some things. I read over everything. I'm curious what your plan is to address any parking and traffic issues, because I did not see that in the plan. So what happens, let's pretend there's a magical fairy that comes along and this is a huge roaring success. What is the plan to address the traffic increase or flip side, if they're driving and parking there to engage with food and alcohol, what is the plan to prevent further safety issues from intoxicated individuals? I'm also curious what the consideration is, as the gentleman who spoke before me said, for the poor performing commercial spaces that already exist and the high turnover that I have seen. So if we have a tenant that is coming in and is getting $750,000 to renovate a space or whatnot, what happens when they leave? And what happens to that space and who's paying for that? I would also like to know, sorry, I lost my notes. Okay, so the other thing that I thought of is if we're looking at monies by the end of October and bonded contractors and permit applications by the end of December, but they have 6 months. So now we're looking at June of 2024. Please, I don't know, I'm genuinely asking what happens if there is zero movement on this until June 1st, and then they're like, oh, hey, we're just calling. We're really gonna like mow the lawn again and build some things. So that's my question is, does that mean then they get another 3-6 months? And am I still looking at a space and am I coming up here like Amy Poehler wondering what is happening with this giant lot that is going nowhere? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Carla Marat. I'm from Marion, I hope everybody actually read Mr. Polis's comments that he submitted a week ago on his reasons for asking that you deny this request. To me, they're pretty compelling. I first want to ask a few questions. I guess someone will answer them later before I make my comments. But one is, Mr. Brosman said that this developer, this applicant, has been successful with like 6 other properties. I'd like to know, I did know about Cross Properties when they did the work on Palmer Theological, the renovation of Palmer Theological. My understanding was that that Cross Properties is not somehow the same as the current Cross Properties. There have been changes. I would just like someone to clarify that to me, if some of the principles have changed or what. Secondly, also Mr. Brosman asked, so, well, what will happen if this extension isn't granted? Well, I think what will happen possibly is that a new developer would come forward who would propose something that's consistent with the new zoning code, which, I mean, I support what Mr. Polis just said. Those changes were made for lots of good reasons about development that lots of you are well aware of. A third question I have before I make my comments is I'd like to know about the parking. I mean, one of the problems that Mr. Polis indicated, and that those of us who were aware of this project and went to town hall meetings about it back in before it was approved, was that there was an idea to use the Lower Merion Township parking garage to offset the required parking for the 3 large apartment buildings and so on. And as Commissioner Kramer has pointed out some years ago, that parking garage doesn't seem to have enough parking for the SEPTA users. So I'd like to know, does this new arrangement take away the use of the Lower Merion Township parking garage to build a 3rd building? And okay. So now I'd just like to say a few words in my comments. So I was involved, and there were neighbors from Merion, and many from Bala Kinwood involved in this before it was approved, who had good questions and so on. So for any of you who don't know this, Cross Properties' original land development concept for North Bala Avenue and for part of Union Avenue, it's 1 square block, was to commercially revitalize that square block and transform it into a new, trendy, and busy NOBA, North Bala. So that's sort of taken off on the New York City strategy that has been used for many neighborhoods in New York to revitalize them. And one could question whether that concept even fit at all with the nature and the character of the pre-existing very stable neighborhood in Bala Kinwood. It could be argued that they are like 180 degrees difference. So it can be argued that although 2/3 of this project has been completed, it's neither commercially revitalized nor enhanced the surrounding residential neighborhood. In fact, it has stressed the stable, pre-existing, family-oriented neighborhood due to, like, for example, the parking problems. And also commercial businesses, small businesses that used to serve routine needs of that community don't exist anymore. I mean, I used to like to go over to Bala from Merion to get certain services and so on. So, I mean, I think it's justified to conclude that the relevant facts do not support a decision by you all to grant the developer's request to extend this. And and there are advantages to the expiration of the land development approval that exists. It creates a new opportunity for a new developer to buy the property and propose something perhaps more to scale and certainly consistent with our current zoning. Thank you very much for allowing me the time.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Hi, I'm Parker Barassa. This is also my first time attending a meeting here, but this is personal to me because I live across the street from that lot. That's the view from my balcony. I just wanted to quickly echo some of the comments that we've heard here, that the fence is falling down and looks awful, and there are tumbleweeds on the entire street. As we said, every other window is Harold DeFazio called to rent. So I don't know which way I land on this, but I just agree that it is kind of awful as it stands right now.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Seeing none. Jody, do we have anyone online?
We do. We have 2 people online. I'm going to promote Joseph Abramson to a panelist so he can speak, and then Baruch Davidson.
All right. Mr. Abramson?
He should be there in a second.
Can you hear me?
Yes, would you please turn on your camera? Thank you.
Sure.
There you go. Go ahead, Mr. Abramson. Please identify yourself.
My name is Joseph Abramson, and I live in Bala. So I come before you today to strongly oppose the extension of the preliminary land development plan approval for the construction of a new mixed-use building. In 2018, our community came together in a town hall meeting where numerous residents voiced their concerns regarding the proposed development. We shared our hopes, fears, and desires for a neighborhood that would flourish and thrive while maintaining its unique character. It is disheartening to see that many of the concerns expressed during that town hall meeting have now been realized. Over the past 5 years, this project has demonstrated a lack of progress and has failed to align with the vision and desires of our neighborhood. Our concerns about the potential consequences of this development were not unfounded. A previously constructed building with retail space has remained vacant since its completion, casting doubt on the viability and success of the proposed development and the developer's statement that they will find retail for it. Our trust in the developer has been eroded as they have not fulfilled their promises to our community. Furthermore, we must consider the changes in zoning regulations that have been implemented since the initial approval. These changes were carefully crafted to promote neighborhood-friendly development and protect the efficient use of public parking spaces. Granting an extension that allows the developer to adhere to outdated zoning codes undermines the progress we have made and disregards the importance of preserving public parking spaces. Our community relies on these spaces for the convenience and accessibility of local businesses and services. Considering the private ownership of the property, I understand that converting it into a community garden or public space is not feasible. However, leaving the property vacant while a developer explores alternative options would be preferable to imposing a development that is not wanted or supported by the neighborhood, nor would it be allowed under current zoning. It allows for future redevelopment opportunities that align with our current community's vision and current zoning regulations. I also want to raise a question regarding the recommendation of approval by the township staff, despite the covenants and caveats attached. It's essential to understand the reasoning behind the recommendation as it directly affects the outcome of this decision. We must carefully evaluate whether this recommendation truly aligns with the wishes and best interests of the community. As someone who has once in a while, visited a casino, I'm very well familiar with the sunken cost fallacy. And I think many of the people here and many of the people that, and the developer was speaking that, well, we're already in it. It's a sunken cost fallacy. Cut the losses, we have property. Considering these factors, I implore the Building and Planning Committee to take into account the concerns raised by the community and reject the extension. Our trust lies in your ability to make decisions that prioritize the well-being of our neighborhood, uphold the current zoning code, and encourage responsible and neighborhood-friendly development that respects the wishes and aspirations of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. You're muted.
Hi, thank you so much for giving me a little airtime here tonight. I just wanted to share.
Mr. Davidson, if you could, before you start, please identify yourself for the record.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Baruch Davidson. I live in Bala. I live right around the corner from the project we're discussing. A number of months ago, almost actually last summer, I approached Kevin and his people and asked as a favor for our community to allow us to use the vacant storefront on the corner of Bala and Highland. And Kevin agreed to allow that. And we have, as a community, as the neighborhood, we've had benefited tremendously from their graciousness. And that was originally, we had thought it would be only 6 months. Since then, it's become 9 months. And I just want to say that although it may look vacant from the demolished lot, but I know that with the part of the lot that's still standing, Kevin has made good use for the benefit of my friends and me and several dozen of the Jewish residents in the neighborhood who've been able to benefit from it on a regular basis.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson.
All I want to say.
Thanks, Mr. Davidson. All right. No one else online, Jody?
No one else has their hand raised.
Okay, seeing no one else, I have already addressed the written public comment. I will ask just for one clarification of question on my own. Gil, can you just walk through so I fully understand, what are the proposed timelines and what happens at each of those timelines as currently proposed?
The proposed timeline by the end of October, they are to have filed a final plan, and by December 31, they are to have a developer that has agreed to build the project. They will have posted the security necessary to complete the public improvements in that project. And indeed, by that point, that is by the end of December, they will have done everything that is necessary to pretty much guarantee to the township that the project is going to move forward and be completed. So those are the two main timelines. If they, in the meantime, sell the property, the new owner of the property will have an additional 3 months to get his act together, frankly, to post the necessary security, prepare the final plan and file it, and to then have a contract with a bonded contractor to complete it.
Thank you. And under this proposed extension, what happens if, I assume you meant final plan approved by 10/31 or just submitted as of 10/31?
It has to be submitted. The building permit has to be submitted by December 31, right?
Okay.
The final plan needs to be filed by October 31.
I was just going to add that they have submitted a final plan to the township. It would be recording with the county, so filing with the county October 31st.
Okay. And then, Gil, I assume this is for you, but Jillian, maybe for you. What happens on either November 1st or January 1st if these conditions are not met under the proposed
The plan stays in place, but they can't get a building permit to build it because it violates the zoning code. So in effect, they would have to then seek zoning variances in order to, from the new code, in order to build the current plan. And then that would be up to the zoning hearing board whether they were willing to grant them.
Okay. I feel like I'm a little more clear and a little less clear now on what happens. With that, I promise I would go to commissioner comments Does any commissioners have comments that they would like to make now? Commissioner McKeon.
Thank you. This is a very interesting situation where we're here tonight, and I can understand how any commissioner could come out differently on this vote. To me, a lot of it really goes back to the history of the project, and I've gone to Neighborhood Club of Bala meetings since 2016, where I remember Bobby Feejon and these other members of Cross Properties would come and talked about Nova and what was coming down the pike. I live on Conshohocken State Road, and every day I drive to the end of Conshohocken State Road, I reach Bala Avenue. So every day for the last 4 years, pretty much, I've stared at this giant hole in the ground that the developer put in the ground when the developer demolished the building. So it's, to me, it's a little bit odd here. Here's the developer asking for help. We're looking at this big blighted area. This was created by the developer. So I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that. And that's not something new. That's been like that for 4 years. So the preliminary plan was 2018, demolition was 2019, and then nothing's really happened. And I can tell you, there was a Neighborhood Club of Bala meeting back in May 2022. This is just on the agenda, what the Bala Neighborhood Club president said. This site by Cross Properties has laid dormant and is a blight to our neighborhood. Most recently, the owner requested that the application be tabled for the most recent Planning Commission meeting after promising me only a few days earlier that they were eagerly awaiting the approval and getting started with the construction. I wasn't taken for a fool, in case you were wondering. This is likely a pattern set to reoccur until they decide what to do with the property. The meeting minutes from that same meeting noted that the condition of the site owned by Cross Properties is a blight to our neighborhood. The former Ward 13 commissioner, I won't say his name, added that the property has multiple code violations, such as incomplete barriers to keep silt from running off the street. The president will reach out to the ward commissioner to take the lead on putting pressure on the township to act on the code violations. He invited others to join him in an effort to put pressure on the township to hold the developer accountable. So 13 months ago, the will of the community was to hold the developer accountable for what had happened. And I feel like with this application, we're really trying to give the developer a break. I looked at the Liquor Control Board. As best as I can tell, there was a permit issued for 202 Bala Avenue to CP Acquisitions 29 LLC. That expired in April, on April 30th, 2023. So what you read on the internet isn't always accurate, but at least according to what I saw here, there's no liquor license attached to the property. There was one that might have been, but that one has expired. And what I get a little concerned about too is, we have an opportunity to divest from this developer and get a new plan under the new zoning that could be better for the community and have a better partner. Why would we want to re-up? And if there's a problem, if you look in the covenant here, it says if any violation of this covenant is asserted, the receiving party shall have an opportunity to cure it within 30 days. Or if that can't be done after receipt of written notice, then a reasonable period of time to cure such a violation. So, when I hear that there could be possible zoning relief through the zoning hearing board, those hearings can take years. You've got the document itself that we're agreeing to says a reasonable period of time. I mean, that could be months or years. So that's why I see this as a very, very good opportunity. It's critical to revitalize Bala Avenue. I've come out a lot of times saying I'm not a big fan of apartments. I will acknowledge this is a good place for an apartment. This is an area that does need to be revitalized. And one of the ways you do that is you activate the streetscape and you get people on the street. I just feel that if you're going to do that, we do that with a new plan under the new zoning and with a new partner. So I think you're over there. Thank you.
No, you're not used to looking left.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner McKeon. Do any other commissioners have any comments? Commissioner Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the members of the audience who came out and made a comment, particularly the gentleman who made in a general context about looking at other areas that have been successful without having to use apartments as a basis for success. When he pointed out media, when he pointed out Wayne, and I would also add Haverford. Those are areas that have been, and this is, old things that I've said before, is that development should not be a driving force for a community scape and improvement. And I would just want to appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stevenson. Any other commissioners? President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Whalen. So I actually do have another question based off of your question, but I will leave it for a second.
Final question. Yeah, exactly.
You know, when I first heard about this, my reaction was we should just go tell the applicant to pound sand, right? Like they've had their shot. Like why would we want to continue to work with them? And we should just let this transfer to some other owner, and we should work with them. And I think the township has demonstrated that we work constructively with well-capitalized investors in our township. You know, after some discussion with the ward commissioners, they had some valid points, and as proof that I can change my mind, they changed mine. And here is the rub, which is that if we turn this over to what's under current zoning, we do not get Wayne, right? Because the current zoning allows something that looks very different than Wayne. And the truth is, across the street from this is a BMW dealership. And like the highest and best use of this property may not be something that improves the streetscape, but might just be something like an auto dealership, right? And so what we have is a plan that honestly I voted for in 2018. And I voted for it in 2018 not because I like the other two buildings that came into Bala, on Bala Avenue. It's because this was a useful building for the streetscape. It is a useful building for a couple of reasons. One is it presents to the streetscape relatively low rise, right? So it has a very big step back above, you know, just basically a normal pedestrian height cornice line. It opens to the streetscape. It promises active retail to the streetscape. And this is a streetscape that needs improvement. And while I am sympathetic to the notion that, you know, what I think had been the mantra of this township 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, which is the way to revitalize downtowns was to build apartments to put feet on the street. I don't think that's true. I didn't think it was true then. I don't think it's true now. But what is true is that if you want to build retail on the ground floor, I think what we heard from the applicant is reflective of reality. Like it is a negative, it is not a revenue producing endeavor to put like food and beverage on the ground floor, right? You have to subsidize it somehow. You have to subsidize it with 6 months of free rent and $150 10 improvements per square foot, $750,000. Where is that money coming from? It's coming from putting apartments upstairs, right? And so you're getting something potentially that you want, which is a better streetscape, at the thing that's going to carry it financially, which is putting apartments upstairs, right? And I think this is a useful building for the streetscape. I think partly it's not a empty hole in the ground, and I think partly you know you need to plant the seed somewhere, right? And this is a seed that hopefully gets planted. Will it work? No, but like what's there is definitely not going to work, right? I don't know if this will work. This might work. This has a chance. So just a couple other points. You know, you know, from my questions, you know, my concern was what many of the residents, you know, raised and what Commissioner Whalen raised, which is the Commissioner McKeon raised, which is like, you know, my preference would have been that an extension would have demanded a financial commitment right away. Like put some skin in the game right now, right? So if this does not happen, then you know, the applicant's out some money, right, for the extension. So they're not just like, you know, carrying us along for longer, right? I think that's their number one concern. I think the closest we got to it is what we see here, which is, you know, get the escrow amount in on October 31st. And I think that's, you know, that's kind of my senses from the best that we could do for that. But I think we all agree with what people are saying. Like why would you want to just let this drag on for another several years, right? Like actually get some stuff done. So you know, this has a relatively short leash. It provides a extension of time if a real new owner comes in. I think that's important. You know, I think once we hit October 31st, there's real economics at risk, and you know, so you know, I'm going to support it, support the extension. One of the residents asked a good question, which is what happens if the applicant comes back in a while, still having done nothing and still having dragged along, right? And I raised that question with my colleagues, and we all were just like, you know, there's fool me once, right? Mm-hmm. Right, and that's the want. So that's where I'm at on this. I think Commissioner McKeon's right. I think reasonable people are going to disagree on this. There are 2 points I'm going to raise with staff that maybe we can talk about the applicant between now and a week from now. So rather than me phrasing it as a question, we're having our bite at this. The first is to make sure that there's free parking for residents in here, right? Because this is the issue that we have where people park in the neighborhoods to avoid paying for parking in the apartments. And the second is I'm a little concerned about how we have phrased the $150 per square foot tenant improvements, because what it is a big financial disincentive to getting a tenant, meaning that if you have a tenant who's worth $75 a square foot, like you might not want to sign them if it's going to cost you $150 a square foot to sign them. I'd much rather have that $150 per square foot put in escrow somehow. So it's like, okay, that's just a cost of doing business that it's sitting there, and it will get deployed, towards the tenant, but it's not like the applicant, if they don't sign a tenant, they keep that $750,000. I don't know if that's possible. That would be up for the solicitor and staff to look at, but that would make me feel more comfortable. Thank you, Commissioner Whalen.
All right. Any other commissioners? Commissioner McComb?
Thank you, Commissioner Riddle. When I started out tonight, I said it was important not to look to the past, but to look to the future. And I, with all due respect to some of the members of the audience and some of my colleagues, that's what a lot of what we've done is we've sort of looked at what's taken place. I don't think it's useful. With all due respect, I don't think you can say this developer is responsible for Bala Avenue being kind of the desolate place that it is. I've lived in this area for 25 years, and I used to joke that Bala Avenue reminded me of a scene from To Kill a Mockingbird where the dog could sleep in the middle of Bala Avenue on a sunny summer afternoon and wouldn't be disturbed for an hour or two. So the statement that what are we going to do about the traffic really is not a concern. There's about one car every 40 minutes coming down Bala Avenue, so I think we can handle that. The parking, somebody made the comment there's not enough parking because of SEPTA. Well, the Kinwood line is now down to one car, and that car is going to go away because of the I-95 incident. So there's no problem with SEPTA parking, and that's just not an issue. With respect to the neighborhood club, which all the Bala commissioners go to the neighborhood club. Yes, they opposed it, but just a couple weeks ago, they issued a resolution. And the resolution is that they oppose it they oppose the extension except on the following basis. And they gave 4 conditions, most of which are encapsulated in what staff has presented tonight, which is that cross properties or a successor obtained by December 31st, all building permits necessary for the development of the property. They maintain the streetscape, and that they adopt a strategy for development of property standards, which are the architectural standards. So basically, the neighborhood club, which is the civic organization, has said, yeah, no extension unless you do the things that staff has recommended. So I'd say in terms of general civic support, it's probably in favor of it. There's a little bit of guessing what takes place. None of us have a crystal ball, none of us can predict the future. But I think with this proposal, we have a shot of coming forward with something that captured the attention of my colleagues, and this took place before I was on the board, but it's an exciting project. Yep, we're all disappointed, things happen, COVID happened, financial circumstances changed, but I think there's still a glimmer of promise, and I think as President Sinai pointed out, it represents we're getting some value in exchange for the extension. We're not just turning it over saying, take it away across properties and call us, when you're done. We're really going to keep an eye on it, and I think it's a good thing. So the question is really not what took place in the past, what is the best path forward and what is best for the township, and I think this is the best we're going to do, so I will support it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Gilda-Kramer.
Well, Commissioner McComb just said most of what I was going to say. I have a very vested interest in this particular property because under our last proposed redistricting plan, this property was supposed to become part of my ward, Ward 13. And I have every interest in seeing this developed and developed nicely and quickly. I do want to note in response to one comment from the public that we did used to have a problem with parking at the Kinwood station. years ago, before the BMW dealership arranged the swap of properties and expanded the parking. And I have not seen any problem with adequate parking for residents who are using the train or for any other purpose ever since that parking lot was redone. I do think that the best chance for us to have a really nice, great project and to start Bala Avenue on a quick road to redevelopment is to grant this extension. If we don't approve it, we could get something a lot worse. We don't know what we're going to get. If we allow for another proposal, we could have a big box retail store, which would be quite out of character with Bala Avenue. And I would much prefer to see this very well thought out, very well designed, and very thoughtful project built. And therefore, I will support this extension, not another one, but this extension.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilda Kramer. Commissioner Bernheim.
Thank you much, Commissioner Whalen, and I apologize, one, for not being here on time, and secondly, my informal address, but you'll trust me, I have a valid cause. I have a question that may have been answered prior to my being able to join, and that is in reference to, I'll use President Sinai's reference to skin in the game, because the memo we received talked about, some type of financial commitment, and I think more than just, funds that are being placed in escrow, and that's not referenced in the proposed covenants. I'm not sure why that is, because likewise, I would have more comfort doing this if indeed there were funds that were put forth. We've done this on a number of different projects at different times, and we've had situations, and for example, in One Ardmore, if the project was then sold, the Dranoff Properties then had to pay certain sums of money. And I think we made a mistake in not doing something similar at 123 Bala. And I believe if we're going to grant this extension, this should be a requirement because the chances are that this will be flipped to somebody else. If given this period of time, Cross Properties has been unable to go forward in the manner in which they had prior approvals, it's highly unlikely that the amount of this extension is going to get them to do so. But I am compelled to note that our prior dealings with Cross Properties and those dealings I've had with them in my position outside of this board in dealing with other matters with my attorney hat on, they've always acted in a very honorable and reputable way. Thus, I am disappointed to hear the neighbors' comments, as well as that which I have seen with the property. And funds ought to be put aside, or that property ought to be immediately maintained if we're going to go forward, and I think that should be a contingency. I also want to note that the 150 per square foot struck me similar to what President Sinai just said. It sounds good, but it's more likely than not to decentivize somebody to go forward with a project. It's going to be hard enough already just to get food and beverage in there, nor do I think that we can make that an ultimate requirement that must be what occupies that space. We have seen in place after place, including the property that's right along Presidential Boulevard, that name escapes me for a moment, where we've gone retail on the first floor and residential above it, and the retail's now been vacant for years. Hopefully Bala, that strip could be different if it was improved, which this project, when we originally approved it, myself included, anticipated. So I'd like to see if somebody can answer why it is that the security or additional funds is not being put forth in order to commit somebody to actually go forward with the project if we're giving this type of extension. And, if we're going to, in essence, provide that additional time as opposed to forcing somebody else to go forward with this, that we are doing this without adequate security of this project. And if that's been addressed before, again, I apologize, but if someone can provide me that information, it will have a lot to do with how I ultimately vote.
Hello, Commissioner Bernheim, George Brosman. I'll take a stab at that, and Kevin can add to it if necessary. But the problem I see with being able to post security right now, as opposed to the relatively short time of October 31, is that as a legal matter, the township has advised that this plan has expired. So I don't believe they can get financing to post security until we have an approval subject to the contingencies. With an expired plan, they just simply won't be able to get the financing to post the security. I think the timeline given of October 31 is something they can do and is not too long of a time. So that's the rationale for that.
Maybe one follow-up. What type of security, meaning dollars and cents, was being anticipated, Mr. Brosman?
Jillian had mentioned these are for the required public improvements. There was an estimate done, I think in 2020, it was in the upper 200,000s, but that will have to be redone because of inflation. And I think Jillian indicated that the township engineer estimated it to be, is it in the low 300s? $310,000. That's to record the plan on October 31. The second deadline by December 31 is to have the building permit applied for and the bonded contractor. That will be a substantial additional security, if you will. I also noted in the approvals that for the issuance of the permit, the township will be getting a traffic impact fee of about $50,000. And there's a condition of approval requiring that the amount of a recreation fee be established based on what recreational facilities are to be provided. So there will be a lot of skin in the game in that time period.
Then let me ask one more question, and you'll excuse me. Would your client, Mr. Brosman, then be willing to do something similar to what I referenced with drown-off properties? If they went ahead and flipped this during this period of time, agree to the payment of some sum of money? In essence, for the extension, which affords them the time to make a deal?
I'd have to review that with them.
Right.
It was a very different lot.
All right. Thank you all.
I'm not sure I know exactly what you had in mind there. So somebody mentioned, we had, there were a couple questions to be worked out in the next week. Not that I'm looking to delay anything, but that's something maybe we could get some more detail on.
Yeah, it would be no less than the security you were just talking about, which in this realm is modest, the 200,000 to 300,000.
So you're
that
saying
the public, there's money for those improvements immediately.
So that you're just saying to post the security at that time, not to forfeit the money, that money would be posted if that occurred.
Let me suggest this, Mr. Brosman, if there's going to be some discussions after this, that maybe I can confer with the chair of this committee and then with you directly about what I'm contemplating. Candidly, it's hard to do it in this context of the Zoom world.
Understood. And I think I'm maybe grasping what you're saying. I will try to speak to my client, but if we don't understand, we could follow up.
Fair enough.
I did have some
respectfully, Mr. Brosman, we've had a lot of back and forth trying to move this along. I think there's a lot of points that have been raised. I'm sure you have responses to all of them, but for
I did
now.
have the language that Commissioner Sinai asked about an existing Lower Merion food and beverage user, if you wanted to hear that at some time. I wrote something up.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Seeing none, I will wrap this up by making a few of my own comments. I will note to start that I am very strongly against any sort of continuance or extension like this in general. I think it sets a very bad precedent. I don't think there's often a justification for it. I am recognizing here the advent of COVID and an extreme inflationary period and some extraordinary circumstances that, you know, while it sounds like the developer here certainly played a part in the delay, I think there were extenuating circumstances that also were at play here. And I am cognizant of the fact that, you know, all the Commissioner McComb as the ward commissioner is in favor of this, so it makes me at least pause to reconsider my general opposition. I will say that I liked this building from the start. I believe at the time that it came forward, I was the co-chair of the Planning Commission, so we spent an extensive amount of time with this project and its appropriateness on Bala Avenue. And certainly, you know, downtown Bala, the Bala Avenue difficulties have been kind of well stated here tonight, and I don't need to go into them. I am very troubled here by the history, and I know Commissioner McComb says we need to look forward, and I think we do, but I think trust is built over time, and so you do need to look back. You know, the developer here has not been a good neighbor. I think that's been pretty clear from the public comment here tonight, and we need to make sure that in doing what we're doing tonight or possibly next week at the full meeting of the board, that we're forcing them to come to the table as good neighbors. So I am willing to support this based on sort of what I've already just described and the other items I've heard, although I think Commissioner McKeon hit really my biggest hurdle, and Gil, I'll look to you on this. I am willing to support this if we can make sure legally that there is no zoning tail to this, I'll say. So you stated, you know, if the developer doesn't meet their deadlines as of December 31, or if it's a new developer or a new owner meet those as of you know, March 31, then they would still have the ability to submit zoning appeals and continue to proceed with the zoning hearing board. That honestly is unacceptable to me. I'm willing to go so far as to agree to an extension here. I think Commissioner Bernheim and President Sinai raised very good points that I'd like to have worked out with staff and the applicant before the board meeting next week. And Gil, I don't want to necessarily put you on the spot here, but it is vital for me to be able to support this, that there is a complete waiver of any rights if these deadlines aren't met, because as Commissioner McKeon said, these zoning appeals could go on for years to just prolong everything, and then we're not getting the closure that we want, right? So I think I've heard everyone wants the project that is approved. This is what we want to happen. It's what we wanted to happen 5 years ago, and now we need a dedicated and hard timeline for that to happen. And if it doesn't happen, we need to be done, cut off, free and clear. So that's where I would come out. I'm happy to start, but I don't know if anyone else wants to make a motion. Gil, did you want to respond to that?
I'm just trying to consider your view. And if this plan does not move forward on either one of those two dates, then there's no extension granted for the 5 years. There is a right on the part of the applicant to resubmit the plan. Seeking zoning approval. But let me ask George. George, what language would you propose that would provide that this plan, when it expires, should it expire, because the conditions weren't met,
With respect to
cannot be
Gil,
the basis for another application?
with respect to Gil, I think instead of getting into more background, this is going to proceed in some way, shape, or form to the board next week. I think this is actually a detailed conversation that needs to happen, and I would really hope that it happens because it's truly substantive to what's going on here. But I don't think we necessarily need to prolong it here with, people, shooting from the hip, basically.
Okay.
So with that, I would just ask, does anyone want to submit a motion for this evening?
I'll defer to you, Chairman Whale, in terms of the motion because of the issues raised by you and President Sinai that have to be worked out with staff and the applicant.
Fair enough, and I will note officially this has nothing to do with the fact that Commissioner McComb saw the length of the motion on the sheet and decided that he didn't want to read it.
And I need new glasses.
So with the understanding that there are significant issues to be dealt with over the next week and before the board, I will, at this point in time, just as part of the B&P committee, move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of a request to extend the preliminary land development plan approval for the construction of a new 5-story mixed-use building with a 36,836 square foot footprint containing 6,605 square feet of ground floor commercial space along Bala Avenue and 83 upper-level apartment units, subject to 1, the final plan for the project being recorded and required performance security posted on or before October 31, 2023. 2, a fully completed application for construction permits for the project being filed with the township on or before December 31, 2023. And 3, the following conditions as recommended by staff. Condition 1, the approval of the project shall be subject to a covenant that outlines approval timelines and milestones, including the requirements for the final plan for the project being recorded and the required performance security being posted on or before October 31, 2023, and a completed application for construction permits for the project being filed with the township on or before December 31, 2023, as well as regulations regarding the use and occupancy of the commercial space. The covenant shall be subject to the approval of the township solicitor. And number 2, the applicant shall work with staff to make necessary adjustments to the architectural elevations as shown on Exhibit A herein, which includes but is not limited to the selection and placement of building materials. If it is determined by the Director of Building and Planning, however, that the recommended changes are not adequately addressed, the applicant shall return to the Board of Commissioners to further amend the approval. Do I have a second? Commissioner McComb seconds. And with that, I will call it for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those opposed? 2, 3, 9 to 3. Any abstentions? Seeing none. And Madam Secretary, please make sure this doesn't go on the consent calendar, obviously. All right. And with that, ultimately, President Sinai, we are done with the Building and Planning Committee for time.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Whalen. Very well done. And we have one more committee this evening, and that is the Finance Committee. I recognize its Chair, Commissioner Zoff.
Thank you very much, President Sinai. I wish everyone here and watching a happy Flag Day. There are 3 items on tonight's Finance Committee agenda. The first 2 are for us to consider awarding contracts. And the first of those is for repairs at an underpass at Mill Creek Road. Our Chief Financial Officer, Eric Traub, is with us this evening. Eric, can you tell us more?
Sure. So we have 3 bids for this contract, all from known vendors. This is Gladwyne 1 in your CIP book, if you're looking at 4236, which is the very, very large CIP project that's made up of dozens of different projects across the township. involves reconstruction of Mill Creek Road, approximately 100 feet south of the Norfolk Southern Underpass to the northern side of the underpass, including drainage improvements. It is slightly over budget due to the inclusion of the ad alternate, although that was the recommendation of the township engineer. So it is about just over $7,200 more than the overall budget, but we do recommend moving forward. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Eric. I believe this is a long-awaited project, and it is yet another project on Mill Creek Road. We have a county bridge, we have a township bridge, and now we have an underpass. Do any members of this committee have any questions or comments for Eric on this item? Do any members, does the member of the public in the room have any questions or comments? Jody, do any members of the public online have any interest in speaking?
There's one person on Zoom and we're having some kind of weird glitch where we can see somebody's there, but we can't see a name.
Okay. Okay. I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of a contract for Mill Creek Road underpass repairs to Premier Concrete, Inc. in accordance with bids received on Thursday, May 25th, 2023, with the recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer and the approval of the Director of Public Works and the Township Engineer in the amount of $117,250. Do I have a second? I do, from Vice President Gavin, who's no longer on strike. And so the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand, or if you abstain, raise your hand. Madam Secretary, I'm pretty sure that passed unanimously. Moving on to the next item. It is for the committee to consider awarding a contract for traffic calming on Latches Lane. This is, I think this translates into speed bumps. And Eric, can you tell us more?
Sure. So a little bit similar to the last item. We had two bidders this time, but two of the same and the same low bidder. Again, Premier Concrete, I didn't say this earlier, but they are a known vendor to us. They've done various different projects, submitted or completed them on time and such, so we feel comfortable moving forward with them on this project. This one is also slightly over budget, about $8,000 or 14.5% more than the budget. If you recall, I forget exactly what was the first traffic calming. Maybe it was River Road. We actually came in under budget on that one. And since each successive one, they've come closer to budget and more over budget. So at least in speaking with Public Works Director and such, we feel this is a little bit more a reflection of material cost increases that we've been seeing. But again, we feel we have two known vendors submitting bids and don't necessarily see any benefit to rejecting and rebidding in this instance, so recommend moving forward.
Thank you, Eric. I believe this is for 6 bumps on Latches Lane, speed bumps.
That's correct.
Which means that the cost per bump is now up to over $11,000. I recall that, as you noted, when we started out with River Road, the per bump cost was, from memory, half that. So this has been a significant increase. I guess I'm glad you have spoken with Public Works about it, and just so commissioners are aware of the current market for speed bumps. Do commissioners have any questions or comments on this item, including President Sinai, in whose ward this is located, I believe? President Sinai.
Okay, yeah, this is in the Ward 12, the ward I represent. And just a quick question, which I should have asked you in advance, Eric. This bid, I guess, is for the maximum. I mean, I think there's some discussion about where there will actually be less paint than is in the, we're not paint, thermoplastic markings than is in the design. So if we end up with fewer than those, then do we have, $4,000 less of the $6,000 perhaps that's here?
I believe so. Okay. Because we do have the quantities there. So again, if you were to reduce the numbers, I believe we would be able to save dollars appropriately, just as when we recently talked about paving roads and it was based on square footage and such, I believe would be similar in this case.
Okay, thank you. I'm certain the amount of pavement marking is not going up. But anyway, so yeah, so this is a previously approved traffic calming exercise in Ward 12. I encourage everyone to support it.
Thank you, President Sinai. Commissioner Whalen.
Just very briefly, I would just wholly support this here and anywhere that any commissioner has the desire to place these. I have not seen even police enforcement or anything else be half as effective as these speed humps have been wherever they've been placed. I have been, honestly, I was skeptical to begin with, and I have been really blown away at how effective they are, and I think that we should, the cost is, more than acceptable to me to secure the traffic calming that they provide, which is a major priority that everyone on this board talks about almost, not at every meeting, but certainly every month at the meetings, and we should be doing this more. Thank you.
There's no question that speed of traffic is at the top of the list of complaints that commissioners receive. Other members of the committee with questions or comments? Does the member of the public in the room have any questions or comments? Jody, do any others have any questions or comments?
There's still just that.
With that uncertainty, I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to award a contract for Latches Lane traffic calming to Premier Concrete, Inc. in accordance with bids received on Thursday, May 25th, 2023, with the recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer and the approval of the Director of Public Works and the Township Engineer in the amount of $68,720. Do I have a second from President Sinai? I do. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. Last but certainly not least on tonight's agenda is for the committee to consider approval of recommendations to allocate the remaining funds that the township has received from the ARP, the American Rescue Plan Act. We did this previously with the initial amount of ARP funds received. This is consideration of allocating the balance. A different process has been set up for this remaining balance, and for an explanation of that, I will call on our President, President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Zella. So we had two subcommittees that were at work on this, and we had a ad hoc ARP engagement committee that was chaired by Commissioner Stevenson, and then the Finance Committee was chaired by Commissioner Zeloff. In the division of labor was as follows, which is the ARP engagement committee was tasked with doing community outreach to figure out what the community needs were for the community needs allocation of the ARP portion of the community needs portion of the ARP, and into proposed to the board a process for getting applications and for allocating funds. The Finance Committee was tasked with the items that are kind of within the township's budget or capital plan, and to come up with the list of proposed items to be funded from the ARP funds that would fall under that category, and also propose an allocation of funds for the community needs, not what those would be, but what a total allocation would be. So we kind of had this bipartite arrangement, and to come back to the board. So what we have in front of us tonight is going to be the Finance Committee's portion of this, a process underway, or starting to be underway, that came from the Engagement Committee for evaluating and soliciting requests for funding from community organizations, is moving to the implementation stage. That get the township's manager's view on the timeline on that, And that's, those elements are not in consideration for tonight, right? So for tonight, we're discussing what the total aggregate allocation amounts would be. Did that get most of what you were hoping for me to cover?
I think so.
Okay.
President Sinai.
So that is kind of the somewhat convoluted setup that we did for this in order to try and task the specific uses to be a different committee from the total dollar amount. And again, one thing I should emphasize is that the committees, of course, subcommittees are bringing recommendations to the full committee here to decide on. Right? Subcommittees don't make decisions; they make proposals for all of us to evaluate. Thank you, Commissioner Zoll.
Thank you, President Sinai. I'll now ask our township manager to provide us with some additional background. The Finance Committee worked very closely with Ernie in pretty much every step of the way in terms of developing our recommendations. And so, Ernie, can you give us the background on what's before us tonight?
Sure, Commissioner, and I have worked with the Finance Committee leadership over several months now, and many different renditions of possibilities and spreadsheets, but the township has received $25,503,294 in ARP funding. You allocated about $11.5 million in ARP funds over a year ago. And that left an unallocated balance plus earnings to take us to about mid-year here of $14,781,890 to allocate. You remember, because we've talked about this on multiple occasions, that ARP dollars by rules are supposed to be obligated by 12/31/24 and must be expended then by 12/31/2026. The committee has considered a variety of capital projects with hopefully with long-lasting impact for the township, and has recommended a spreadsheet that's attached to your agendas that basically allocates $14,031,890 for priority capital improvements and then $750,000 for grants to important nonprofits. I think everything else has basically been said by the two commissioners that have preceded me. We're really at the point for the board to consider an allocation of the remaining funds. So again, these projects, particularly the capital projects, can go forward. With respect to the grant program, the ARP Engagement Committee developed a rubric that appears to be useful for judging those types of grants that may come in if you allocate funds for it from nonprofits. And you do have a last-minute request from Narberth Ambulance that I sent you today that asked if you would consider upping the amount you show as the committee shows as recommended here on the allocation for Narberth Ambulance. I'd be glad to answer any questions, but I know Commissioner Zelov wants to go into the spreadsheet a little more depth.
Thank you, Ernie. I don't think you commented on the interest estimate that's on the spreadsheet. Could you comment on that?
The interest earned, as we've had this money sort of sitting, awaiting this process, has amounted at this point to approximately $1.1 million.
And that interest estimate is up until, as you say, roughly now.
Up until roughly now, anticipating you would make some allocations now. It's very hard to estimate how much additional interest we'll earn, although we will earn some. It all depends on how fast we get some of these projects going and we start actually spending the ARP dollars at any kind of pace.
Okay. And then I guess one point I want to make, Ernie, is that the spreadsheet is one that you prepared as the staff member working with the Finance Committee. You created the spreadsheet and you updated it as we had our meetings.
Updated multiple times as your leadership on the Finance Committee worked through the process.
Okay. So before we keep going, do any members of the committee have any questions either for President Sinai's comments or our manager's comments? Commissioner McComb.
Mr. Zoff, a question, how was the $750,000 arrived at for the allocation for nonprofits?
Well, if that's, if
That may be
if you could
premature.
hold that question,
I'll
because
hold that
I
question.
want to just, I'm going to go through each line item, but I want to ask if there's any, I'm asking if there's any questions for what Ernie said as setting up where we are and what our president said about the process.
Understood.
Commissioner Whalen.
Simply, I would make a quick statement and thank yous for everyone's time and certainly Commissioner Zoll's time here. As a co-chair of this committee, there was a significant amount of time put into the spreadsheet that you see here. Obviously, every subcommittee does a lot of work and we never get to see that, but I actually know in this case how much work went into this, how many meetings, how much discussion about each and every one of these points. And so I feel very comfortable bringing this forward to you as the Finance Committee recommendation, and am happy to answer any questions that go forward that Commissioner Zoll directs to me.
Thank you. Commissioner Whalen, why don't we do this?
Commissioner Zoll.
Yes, Commissioner Stevenson.
Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner. I apologize. I just, as the chair of the ad hoc committee, I just wanted to say a couple of things. First, wanted to thank President Sinai. We had this ad hoc committee came out of conversations we had after the first allocation. There were concerns from the community about how that distribution decision-making was made. And one of the things that he said that he would create a committee. I will warn you, when you ever talk to President Sinai and tell him about concerns, he'll make you chair of a committee. So don't send an email, don't talk to him. Second of all, President Sinai appointed 3 of the most dedicated members of our commission on there. Commissioner Kramer, Gilda Kramer, Sean Kramer, and Tiffany O'Neill. Each of them, during that time, represented the passion of this community, and they brought forth concerns, suggestions that were representative of feedback from Triumph and from their constituents. And while as this has passed over the Finance Committee, and I know that my colleagues in the Finance Committee, having had conversations with each of you about this process, have looked at this, and while we've come in different ways of how we're looking at this distribution, I just wanted to point out that I think it is important that people acknowledge that this ad hoc committee, the work that they did to bring this forth to the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stevenson. So what I propose to do is I'm going to explain the goals that the Finance Committee had, go through the line items fairly quickly, and explain what I think is coming next. And then we'll have questions from committee members. We'll have public comment, and then we'll have comments from committee members. I think we're going to do it in that approach. So the Finance Committee consists of myself and Commissioners Whalen and Courtney, and we did spend a lot of time. I think we were thoughtful. We came at this from some different perspectives. We had a lot of questions. Having Ernie with us, he was able to answer questions and provide some information that was helpful as we reached agreement. We sort of did it in a step-by-step process going down the list. As I said, Ernie created the list and we worked our way through it. And we reached agreement. And we had a meeting as recently as Monday. Here we are on Wednesday. And so I think that we worked well as a team, and I want to thank Commissioners Courtney and Whalen, and I certainly want to thank Ernie, and I want to thank the ad hoc ARP engagement committee for what they submitted to us. Our goals as a Finance Committee in preparing, in coming up with the allocations that are before us tonight were the thinking that what we have from the ARP funds is one-time money, and it's appropriate to go to one-time projects. We wanted broad and lasting benefits that help the most people in this community. We lean towards bigger projects, so there's ease of reporting, since there's a lot of reporting requirements. And I want you to hold on tight to what I'm about to say, because you won't hear it from me very often, but we need to start spending. Because we have deadlines, and we have a lot of money here. And, Ernie has been reminding us of our deadlines and did so tonight.
Mr. Chairman, would you be willing to make that same statement at the workshop at the end of the month?
Excellent question, probably not. And I think that what we'll do tonight, regardless of what we do tonight, I think we will need yet a final allocation process, because the deadline for obligations is 1.5 years away, and the deadline for spending is 3.5 years away. And these are, in pretty much every case, these are limits on these line items, and we may come under in some cases. And so, and the interest amount is, we already said, there's going to be more interest revenue. So there will be additional funds available, and so this isn't the last step. And when that occurs is down the road. So I'm going to briefly go through the line items and our thinking, and also highlight what was submitted to the Finance Committee by the Engagement Committee. So starting at the top of the list, the Ardmore Avenue Community Center and the Positive Aging in Lower Merion. That is a significant project. According to Donna Heller, our Parks Director, the cost estimate remains valid. We're going to be considering the design this fall, and if we approve it, she expects construction to commence roughly 1 year from now. We think that's an extremely important project, and we've recommending that we add to our existing allocation of ARP funds, add $4 million to that. The next item is Ashbridge House, also in our capital improvement program, renovations and accessible addition, providing space for New Horizons Senior Center and community programming space. The current estimate remains valid. We're also going to be considering that design this fall, and if we approve it, construction would start next spring. We did not recommend the Bryn Mawr Community Center, although the Engagement Committee did. We thought the amount was, that there is a previous allocation, we thought the amount was basically too small. And then we recommend stormwater funding, allocating ARP to the stormwater item in the CIP of $4.533 million. That number comes directly from the CIP. It is the 2023 and 2024 budget added. That's a combination of those two budgets. Very little has occurred spending on stormwater to date. I understand from our Public Works Director and Ernie that there are 7 big projects that are underway in bid or design, and the construction is going to start this fall and continue through this winter on those 7 projects, and then the balance, the projects through 2024. And this is a line item that we have always intended to have some ARP allocation. The Engagement Committee made 2 recommendations that we did not, that we are not recommending to the Finance Committee. One of them is weatherization. There is what the Engagement Committee called weatherization rehab of $1.75 million. There is a $6.2 million grant from Pennsylvania going to Montgomery County for a whole home grant program. The county will be announcing shortly. The county has the staff to manage that program. The township doesn't. And we certainly can widely promote the program. And we believe that the $6.2 million from the county, from that amount, there'll be plenty of funding to meet the needs of those who are income qualified here in Lower Merion Township. So that's why we're not recommending that. And then the engagement committee also recommended $250,000 in seed money for a community foundation. We did consider it, we did discuss it. Ernie explained to us that Triad does not believe that community foundation seed money is an eligible use of ARP funds. And we did have some other concerns on that as well. So that covers the first category, which is primarily those items that we had previously allocated funds to from ARP. And then the next category.
Did you talk East Littering?
I did not mention that. I think we felt the same on that, which is that significant funds had been allocated. What was remaining was relatively small, so we didn't allocate to that. I think in the concept of we were leaning towards bigger projects for ease of reporting. So then moving to the next block of line items, the South Ardmore Park Playground the design is completed. There's still some site survey work, and Donna's projecting construction this fall, and it will be a pilot in that there will be a rubber solid safety surface instead of wood fibers. So that will be the first, I believe, Ernie, of a playground in the township with that kind of surface. And I should have said, Ernie, please interrupt or add to anything I forget on these line items. So then the next line item is funding for a property acquisition, which would improve trail access as well as, we believe, affordable housing, also recommended by the engagement committee in the amount of $1 million. The next one is Ardmore House expansion. Now, that was recommended by the engagement committee. We decided not to recommend an allocation, and that is pretty much because Ernie does not believe, he doesn't think it's going to be necessary for additional township funding for the expansion of Ardmore House. We've received a $3 million grant from the county. We've approved a consultant and architect, and their proposal will be coming this fall, in which that will, we believe, and qualify us for HUD funding and a tax credit program through the state, which will make the project feasible and of great interest to developers. And so we are certainly, as a finance committee, supportive of the Ardmore House expansion project, but based on our manager's thinking, we did not make a recommendation on allocation. The next line item is called Accelerate Playground Renovations. That really is driven, but let me start out with this. There's a chart that the Parks Department has, that Donna has created, where there are playground replacement programs every 2 years. First one is Ardmore, South Ardmore Park, which I just mentioned. The next one in 2025 is Gladwyne Playground. Our proposal is to accelerate Gladwyne Playground to next year, and then that cascades so that all the playgrounds on the list will then move up. And so we are proposing that the Gladwyne Playground renovation also be funded with ARP funds and accelerated. But we're calling it Accelerate Playground Renovations because it will affect all playgrounds that are currently on the list to be renovated and replaced. Commissioner Whalen, do I have that correct? Since you also are chair of the Parks Committee?
Yes, you have that correct. I just wanted to point out for the board, this year, South Ardmore Park is being done. So is the Ardmore Tot Lot. I think it's on Spring. it's either on Spring or County Line, I'm blanking now.
It's on Spring.
On Spring. And Vernon Young Park is going to be redone as part of that entire redevelopment over there. So all three of those parks actually in Ardmore, kind of the densest area of the township, are all being done right now. The next park to be done in the process was, the last one done was McMorran Park over in Belmont Hills. The next one to be done after the Ardmore parks will be Gladwyne. That was supposed to be 2 years from now. We're moving it up a year to then move everything else up. So.
And there is a chart that Donna provided to the Finance Committee, and I'm sure she would provide it to any commissioner who wants to see it.
Yes.
It's got each park, the date, the year, as well as the estimated cost. And as I mentioned, the surface, the solid safety surface, is being piloted in Ardmore. It's more expensive, it has a longer life, and we'll know more after that is installed at the South Ardmore Park Playground. The next item is a new athletic field. Without going into too much detail, it is, as I understand it, in process. And that estimate is for a baseball field. If it is a multi-purpose field, that would reduce the estimate. And a very good question that you may be thinking is why that unusual amount? That was our plug number. We went through this, and at the end, that was the amount that remained, and so we plugged it there. The Kinwood Heritage Trail Norfolk Southern Tunnel that we have talked about a number of times. If we are successful in getting an easement from Norfolk Southern, that would open land that would be potentially usable for fields, trail connections, a boathouse, and or a skate park, or some combination. Donna reports that the cost is now up to $1.5 million plus design and construction fees, although she also reports that there would potentially be some grant funds. We are recommending that we allocate $1 million from the ARP to that line item, and Donna thinks that bidding could occur as soon as October on that project. We did not choose to make a recommendation to allocate either for Mill Creek Road stabilization or fire apparatus. Fire apparatus was proposed previously and not supported by the board, and of course that is no reflection whatsoever on our fire service. The next line item, EV purchases in the equipment fund. This is new. A month or two ago, we supported making EV purchases out of the equipment fund in 2023 in the amount of $250,000. And so it made sense to us to allocate that amount, and only that amount, to receive ARP funds. I had another thought on that, but I can't recall it. So we're making that recommendation. Then there's another new line item, which is an accessible playground. Its location has not been determined. We really haven't discussed it. I believe we'll be discussing it in 2 weeks in the CIP workshop. Commissioner Whalen, as chair of Parks, was a strong advocate and was very persuasive to Commissioner Courtney and I in our committee discussions. And depending on where this goes, that number may be lower or higher. And so, but it is an accessible playground that would be for children with disabilities. Commissioner Whalen, do you want to add more to that? Or
I think everyone's heard me say it. It really, there are accessibility kind of changes or alterations that you can make to existing playgrounds. You know, a removal of a single swing and turn it into a more accessible swing. But there are a number of, there are actually very few truly accessible playgrounds for children of all sorts of handicaps and disabilities, not just physical disabilities, but also you can design an entire park, I have learned, for children with autism, where autistic kids may play for hours at a park where it's properly designed, as opposed to, minutes at a park that isn't properly designed for them. So that is the genesis of this. This is really to make us the flagship township in the area. These become a destination location for people with children seeking these types of environments. And like I said, there really are not many. The two closest ones fully accessible are ones in the northeast Philadelphia, and there's one at a state park just outside of Wilmington, and that's really it around here. So that's the genesis of this.
Thank you. And those final two line items, the playground surfacing, we decided made much more sense to handle on a playground by playground basis, depending on the results of the piloting. And the Ardmore multimodal parking facility, we haven't had sufficient board discussion on that, and we decided not to make an allocation for that item. We then, to conclude our recommended allocations in the category of non-capital, I'm going to start with Narberth Ambulance. The intent is, and this was recommended by the Engagement Committee and fully supported by the Finance Committee, funds for an ambulance, as it turns out, not funds to buy an ambulance, but significant funds to support the purchase of an ambulance. We would not own the ambulance. We would be making a one-time contribution to Narberth Ambulance, unlike how we purchase fire apparatus, where we now do spec, purchase, own. That would not be the case with Narberth Ambulance. And Ernie mentioned a late request from them that came today to increase that. And then finally, the nonprofit grant allocation. We're recommending $500,000. That was something that the committee spent time on, as you would expect. And I think President Sinai said this, that tonight's discussion really is about that amount. We have asked Ernie and staff to develop a process, application requirements, criteria in which to evaluate proposals from nonprofits. We hope that will come back to the board in next month. That's the goal. We think that that was the Engagement Committee recommended $1 million. We're recommending $500,000 as a result of our discussion, and what I would say was we as a committee reached through a compromise process, we reached agreement on that number that we all agree with, and Commissioners Courtney and Whalen can speak to that if they wish. So I think that covers all the line items. To keep our discussion moving, but recognizing that everybody will have plenty of time to make their comments and ask their questions, I'm going to make the motion. I'm going to move that the Finance Committee recommended the Board of Commissioners approval of the allocation of the remaining balance, $14,781,890 of federal ARP funds received by the township. Do I have a second? I have a second from Commissioner Whalen. Okay, so I think the next step is questions from commissioners for about what's been recommended by the Finance Committee. Commissioner
Kramer.
Commissioner Kramer.
It's an easy one. You say Kramer and you've got the highest percentage of getting the right one.
You got 15% chance of getting it right. Thank you, Chairman Zeloff. My first question is around for Manager McNeely.
Commissioner Kramer.
Thank you. Oh, that's right. I wasn't even called on yet.
Oh my.
For Manager McNeely about the Ardmore House expansion, when we had met in the ARP engagement committee and talked about this, I think we thought there would be additional funds needed for this project. Can you describe a little more about how, this is no longer necessary?
Sure, and as you know, you awarded a contract to consultants to do a phase one process on the Ardmore House expansion project, and they are busily at work right now and owe us a report sometime in September as to the process. Some of that will flesh out the feasibility, but with the $3 million grant that we already have, the anticipation that we should be able to obtain Pennsylvania housing tax credits and or some additional HUD funding. And with the fact that we're already contributing the land, which is a big obstacle in building affordable housing, the thought is we may have enough inducements to have a developer be able to come in and build this facility and make the amount of profit they need to make on it and be able to run it. We don't know for sure until we get our feasibility report and actually go after the tax credits and HUD funding. But I have taken the step of talking to not our two consultants, but another developer who has hundreds of units in a number of states, and talked to them about the process, and they felt that this project will probably be very successful in obtaining tax credits or HUD funding because we have the land. We have a $3 million head start on the project with the grant from the county. And so they felt that indeed we're in pretty good shape with it. Hopefully that all pans out and we'll know better in the coming months. But that's basically what I told the Finance Committee leadership, and I think that's why they have not plugged any additional money in yet. We have $1.3 million in the Affordable Housing Fund. Probably by the time the Ardmore House expansion gets going, we'll have somewhere around $3 million in that fund. So you'll have a couple of opportunities to perhaps consider putting additional money in if you need to.
Okay, thank you. My next question, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Zoloff, can you, I missed the part that where you were saying that we were plugging some money in for the new athletic field.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Sure, can you just go back, and I missed what you said about the new athletic field and why we're plugging money in there and in the amount that we are?
Yes, so that is a project currently in the capital plan. It is a, when I said it's a plug number, it was the last one that we funded.
Okay.
Because we tried very hard to balance so that we allocated all the remaining funds, including the estimate of interest that staff provided. And so it is actually, the first step is land, and that's, so it's not that far off from that component.
Okay.
And I did say that if it's a multi-purpose field as opposed to a baseball field, staff is telling us the total amount would be lower than the total of 2.2 million.
Okay, okay.
We know that fields are precious in our community, so that was a part of our thinking.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing I would like to ask about would be just a better understanding of the $500,000, proposal for nonprofits. How did folks arrive at that number? I know it was the compromise number. My thought being, I think we could spend more and still be meeting need. So I just wanted to hear about the rationale there.
Sure. Commissioner Kramer, we did see it differently. We thought that amount would meet the needs of our public service organizations. In fact, we had some discussion that it may be more than is necessary to meet the needs of nonprofits that seem to us to meet the needs in our community, and a number of which are financially strong organizations. We do contribute from our operating budget, roughly $100,000 a year to nonprofits. We do contribute from the CDBG HUD funds that we get every year to nonprofits. I mean, this is 5 times the amount that we do in our annual budget. And this is one-time money. And so one of the things that we'll consider when the criteria come back is, are we looking, will we be looking for projects that are one-time, or are we looking for operating grants? I mean, they're very different in terms of how we go forward. And so, and as I said, we started at a lower number. We thought that 500 was a reasonable number for for the allocation in that category. So.
Okay, thank you. I think that I would like to make a motion, which I have never done before.
So Commissioner Kramer, what we're in now is just asking questions.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay?
Yes.
And then we're going to go to public comment. And then when we come back, we'll have commissioner comments. And at that time, motions can be made to amend the list.
Sounds good.
Okay, is that all right?
So,
Indeed, yes.
Commissioner Whalen?
Chairman Zoloff, if I could just add a little bit more color, I think, to what our decision was on the 500,000, because I assume this is going to come up again and again. The subcommittee, ARP subcommittee, did recommend $1 million, and we looked at, as Commissioner Zoloff stated, approximately at least the 3 years that I've been on the board, giving $100,000 a year through the request without getting into CDBG. And that's fluctuated some, but around 100,000. And what we looked at too is Narberth Ambulance is usually included in that 100,000. And so here, we're including Narberth Ambulance separate. It's getting a separate line item, but in reality, our 500 is really 250 off the bat because we're including an entity that would normally be included in that 100,000. And then with the 500,000, that was considered to be 5 times what we usually give out, with the understanding that we're still going to give out or intend to give out, I don't want to speak for the board, that 100,000 at the end of the year, and with the understanding, I think, that I would like to highlight from Commissioner Zoloff's comments just now, is that we were thinking of one-time application, not general funding of operations. So we were making that distinction that this is one-time money. It should be used towards one-time funding towards the assistance of provision of services by all of these very needy entities, but not necessarily just to, sustain their operating budget for a year. So that, just wanted to add that. Thank you, Commissioner Zoll.
Okay, thank you. Other, Commissioner Kramer? You did conclude, Commissioner Whalen added. Okay, other members of the committee with questions, or just questions if we could. Let's leave it to questions. Other Commissioner Kramer? At least I got that right.
It's easy. In the CIP, the Ashbridge House project is budgeted at $2,075,000. And in your list, you've got $2.7 million. What accounts for the difference for the project estimate?
Can I ask our manager to answer that one?
Your CIP was prepared last fall before there was any actual architectural services going on. The current estimate with the architects that are working through the design is at $2.7 million. So that's why the difference, it's a more current number.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner McComb.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoff, and thank you for a very thorough presentation, and thank the committees for a lot of hard work. My question is sort of a follow-up to Commissioner Sean Kramer's question, but also as it relates to Narberth Ambulance, I take it that since Chief Flanagan's request just came in, I think, Ernie, it came in recently, like yesterday or today.
Oh, like 5 o'clock today.
5 o'clock today. So is there, and again, I didn't sit on either one of those committees, but I know a little bit about Narberth Ambulance and what they've done for the Health Advisory Council and the amount of work they do for the township that isn't reimbursable in any way. So whether there's flexibility to do something more than the 250 and maybe increase that pot of money for the general nonprofits. Keeping in mind, Commissioner Whalen's, and your views that we don't fund operational expenses for nonprofits, but if there are other types of expenses in the nature of a capital expense like the ambulance request, whether that's something the committee could take a look at.
So I did actually ask our manager when that request came in from Narberth Ambulance. I said, what about that's when I asked him, where is the interest estimate to? And the interest estimate is to the end of this month. And he said earlier tonight there'll be more interest coming in. So in the case of Narberth Ambulance, the difference is really roughly 100,000.
Yeah, 112, yeah. Oh, okay.
So
there's more money coming in on the interest.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a small amount in terms of the overall. There's no doubt you're going to be earning interest beyond June 30th as we continue to go through the process here. If you wanted to simply up the interest estimate to 1.2 million and add 100,000 to Narberth Ambulance, it sure wouldn't throw off anything in the overall balance of them.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Other committee members with questions or comments? President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Zalman. So you went through the explanation of each of these line items, but one of the criteria you had mentioned was the ability to A, get this money allocated, and B, get it actually spent over the next 3 years. Maybe you could say a little bit about the committee's process for figuring that out.
I think the process was looking at trying to understand where these projects are in their life. And I got what I read from just a moment ago was an update today from our Parks Director, who provided the schedule on each of these. And in the course of our discussions, Ernie provided that to the committee as to where we were. For example, we want to be able to, if we add $4 million to the Ardmore Avenue Community Center, we want to make sure that that project is going to be essentially completed before the end of 26. And according to Donna's information today, she has it scheduled construction from June of 24 through October of 25. So that leaves some time to ensure that we can meet the deadline. So we went through each of these in that regard as to all of these projects, can the money be expended well before the deadline? For example, that's why in stormwater we could have recommended 6.5 million, because if you look at beyond 23 and 24 in the capital budget is another million in 25 and another million in 2026. But we didn't do that because sometimes these projects get delayed and they run into obstacles, and so we felt that we would have no difficulty spending $4.5 million for stormwater projects by the deadline of 2026. But we didn't want to take that next step to increase that amount to $6.5 million. And so, we thought all of these were easily, that's not a good word to use, all of these were very doable in the time frames of the deadline to obligate and then the deadline to spend, with a lot of input from Ernie.
Thank you. And I guess the other question is, just because of the way that the process works, the one that we don't yet have clarity on is a nonprofit grant. I'm sure we'll have plenty of discussion about what happens if requests come in in excess of $500,000. But what happens if requests come in or the board's desire to fund comes in under 500,000.
So the committee did discuss that.
Okay.
And I thought we would discuss it some more next month, but what we talked about is sort of where would funds revert to if there weren't good projects from nonprofits, good requests for funds that met the criteria of the rubric, met the, that were projects that we thought were good for our community, right? Because we're ultimately going to make those decisions. If we don't get to that number, then what? Well, we thought about where would the money revert to. So we actually did talk about, and it was, there is a category in our capital budget that has some specific projects, but has a lot of, has some funds that are not specific, and I'm speaking as I look for it. But it is the Sustainability Infrastructure Program, where we have allocated money out through 2028, some of which is defined, a lot of which is something we don't typically do, which is put money into the capital budget without it being for a specific project. But we thought that given the board's emphasis on sustainability, recent receipt of a remarkably thorough sustainability plan, and we didn't know it at the time, but in our recent discussion about priorities, there was a lot of discussion about and the ranking of those priorities. Sustainability ranks high, but we thought that it would make sense for any unused funds from nonprofit grant requests to go to the Sustainability Infrastructure Program capital budget. So we haven't really defined it much more than that, but that's what we discussed. So that's actually not a proposal tonight, but that's what we discussed.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you very much. Just to make a comment on your comment, President Sinai, I would hope that this draft allocation would be worded, up to. So if you have this first one, the Palm and the Community Center, would be up to $4 million. Knowing that, further down the road, if we need to make an adjustment, we certainly can, but that answers your question on what to do if there's some surplus monies. On the Ashbridge House, is there any housing involved in that?
No, the Ashbridge House design is to convert the first 2 floors essentially for use as the senior center, and then the 3rd floor essentially becomes mostly storage.
Okay. Yeah, that just, and I think that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Churchill, if I could also comment, I think you're right on target. These really, all of these allocations are up to amounts. If the committee and the board make these allocations, they're really maximums. If the expenditures come in below, then, as I said, there will be a final allocation process, and that would potentially include some line items where the expenditures were lower than the allocated amounts. And that, that would come closer to the deadlines.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's, we're allocating money for EV purchases. What are those vehicles? Are they charging stations?
Those were the 5 vehicles that the board approved April, when we discussed the equipment fund, expending out of the equipment fund for 2023.
Okay.
That was the amount for those 5 vehicles that are all EVs, and we had some discussion on that.
One last question about the Narberth ambulance. Is anyone else contributing to this ambulance?
I'll let our manager answer that.
We don't know the specific ambulance. This would be just a township contribution towards the rolling stock that Narberth needs to buy. But they do get money from Haverford Township. They do get money from West Conshohocken. When they took over Haverford Township, they actually did get a new ambulance as a part of that deal. But as to who's contributing to this specific piece, I don't know.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Churchill, you asked me a few days ago who would own it, and as I made the point, this would be owned by Narberth Ambulance, not by us. Okay, other committee members with questions or comments? Vice President Garrett.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Zeloff. Just wanted to ask a question on Ashbridge House. I know the total cost, we said it's 2.7, but the allocations between the grant, the previous ARP allocation, this one's 2.5, leaving a gap of about $200,000. I don't know if you'd like me to ask you the question, or you'd like to ask me the question of why is there that gap of $200,000?
Well, Vice President Gavin, what is your thought on how that gap should be filled?
No, we've talked about it, and I think it's important. And the reason I brought it up because I think it is very important. I think New Horizons is a really important group. It serves low-income seniors throughout the community, and they are without a home right now. They were in Narberth Borough Hall. They've been essentially kicked, I don't want to say kicked out of Narberth Borough Hall, but they don't have the opportunity to use it as a permanent base anymore. And they're really struggling for a place to service these seniors. This was a great opportunity we looked at, started probably a couple years ago at this point. And it really hit the mark in a number of ways. One of those ways is not only helping New Horizons, but also helping maintain a really important Class 1 historic resource in our township that we own. That doesn't really have much of a use outside of 2 days a year when there's voting at Ashbridge House. So it gave a use to a building, it gave a home to a senior community that desperately needed it, and therefore seemed to make sense to have the township provide the vast majority of the needed improvements, but leaving some, skin in the game for New Horizons and for them to participate as well, as this will hopefully be a very long-term home for them. And that's why, at least in my mind, we have this little gap here, and I assume that's the reason that was recommended by the
That would be a
Finance
correct
Committee.
assumption, yes. And your comment also reminds me to make the point that all of these line items are for funds yet to be spent. So we're going to have a busy fall in terms of design approvals and approval of contracts as a lot of these projects move forward. But these funds these line items, the funding has not been expended, but it's coming quickly. And that goes back to my comment about we need to start spending. And as our manager believes that's happening, that will be happening soon. So
I'm glad I'm sitting down.
yes, well, I warned you. So other questions or comments from the committee? Yes, Commissioner Kramer, did I get it right this time?
Yeah.
You also have Commissioner Bernheim waiving.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Also for Manager McNeely, do you have a sense of when this reallocation or the second, whatever you call it, the next reallocation after we find out how much money we still have, when do you think that would be?
I would say that's probably sometime early 25, or late 24. I mean, a lot of these projects are getting started now, as Commissioner Zeloff said, and they're going to take through much of the balance of what's left of this year when we award bids, and through much of 24. We'll sort of have an idea as we get well through 24 what projects came in at above or below budget. We'll also have a better idea at that point, what are we looking at in interest earnings? And so by late 24, we should be ready to say these are the things we may want to do. There could still be another one, even though we may have obligated everything we think we'll have by the end of 24. Reality is, by the time we get through 25 and into 26, facing the deadline, there could still be some surplus funds and additional interest earnings.
I'm sorry, I thought the allocation deadline was the end of '24.
We must obligate the money by the end of '24, and that means obligating at least what we have been allocated. So that's the $25.5 million that was originally allocated. They really haven't said what are the rules regarding interest earnings in the meantime.
Okay, thank you.
Or what will happen when you get to 12/31/24 and you're still earning money.
Okay.
Commissioner Bernheim, I hadn't looked up, so you've been pointed out. Well, you're on.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Zeloff. You're used to me nudging you.
Yes.
On the right side
I'm
of your
free
body.
of your nudging tonight. That's not so bad.
So I had two items, not sure if one, you're just looking for questions, the other may be as much comment as question, but the first is, there's a category that's property acquisition, CH Trail, Inwood Heritage Trail / affordable housing for $1 million. Can you explain the difference between the two of those and what the allocation between the two would be? They seem to be very separate items to me.
I'm going to ask our manager to respond on that.
Commissioner, they're actually one and the same. It's actually a property we prefer not to identify in public at this point, but it's a property the township would like to acquire that would serve multiple purposes. It could be repurposed for affordable housing, and it would also serve as a connection to connect the trail with an additional block.
So bear
With me if I'm not on
100%
tracking.
So the idea is to acquire this property, which A, could be utilized for affordable housing, and B, also utilized in order to have additional property for the trail connection?
Correct.
Okay. And when we say it can be utilized for affordable housing, what do we have in mind as to how that would be done?
Simply that it would be converted to provide rental housing for low and moderate income persons.
And would we be the landlords, or we have somebody else do it? And I state that in the past, we have shown, if we have tried to undertake that endeavor with all good intentions, we're not very good landlords.
You've heard me say that the same thing, that the township shouldn't be the landlords. But no, the expectation, and it to be determined by you, but if this project can go forward, then we would be looking for somebody to manage the property on our behalf, or own and manage it.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that clarity. Then the second item, and as I said, I'm not sure if this is as much commented as question, the 185, which was put, like, I forget your exact words, Commissioner Zeloff, but like, an add-on in connection with the fields, that might get us a backstop. Given the request from Narberth Ambulance, could we not utilize that 185,000 has not been allocated in order to make up the shortfall of what we've currently proposed to what Narberth Ambulance has recently requested?
We could. I mean, that if the committee can make motions soon, if there's a desire to make changes to the Finance Committee recommendation.
Yeah, and I say that in that, look, whatever we do for the fields, which, the nature of what we need is yet to be determined, we're going to do it. The additional 185,000 isn't going to change that. And if we have this request from Narberth Ambulance now to meet a need that is probably of urgency now, we might be able to fund this one promptly. So as I said, I'm not sure if that's as much commented as question, but if there's the methodology of doing that promptly, we may want to consider it.
Take it as a question, there is a way to do it.
All right. Thank you very much. And
thank you. Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you. It's as if Commissioner Bernheim saw my big red notes circling that same line item of 184 that's proposed, and how a better use of that, considering the immediate need and request that originally to Narberth Ambulance, as I recall from our subcommittee, was in the range of 400,000 to 500,000. When it's time for motions or seconds, Commissioner Bernheim, know that I stand beside you as a second on that.
We'll take that as a question. Yes, that can be done. Okay. Let's stick to questions. Any more questions? Does the member of the public in the room have any questions? Jody, is there anybody online with any questions or comments?
No one online has their hand raised. We have one attendee and no hand is raised, so.
Thank you. We did receive by email public comment from Michael Pollack, who said, I support the 3 agenda items referencing the Finance Committee meeting.
So the individual online did just put their hand up, so I'm going to promote them to a panelist.
Okay.
So we have Michael Nolan joining us.
Okay.
There he goes.
Mike Nolan, are you on? Do you have a question or comment?
Mr. Nolan, please unmute your mic and turn your camera on.
Great success.
Okay.
It might.
Mr. Nolan, can you introduce yourself and tell us where you live?
Sure. Michael Nolan, sorry, resident in Bryn Mawr. I just wanted to mention that some of the issues in terms of funding might be taken care of, and there may be additional funds available from these funds, and I don't know how it works, but I'm just observing. But at the current rate of interest on Treasury bills, the $14.7 million would generate $798,000 a year in interest. So some of what Commissioner Tiffany mentioned and Commissioner Dan mentioned might easily be taken care of with the interest that will accrue over the course of the next couple of years on these funds if they're just invested in U.S. Treasury bills. Just a thought.
Great, thank you. Ernie, do you want to just comment on?
Pardon me?
You want to just comment on the ability of how our funds earn interest or what vehicles are available?
I mean, the township's very limited in what it's allowed to invest in, which is very plain vanilla fixed income, government secured or collateralized instruments. So we don't earn a great deal of money, but you also can't earn interest on $14 million that we're spending on projects in the course of the next year or two. I mean, the idea is that much of this money will be going out the door over the next 2 years.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, President Simon.
If I just may follow up on that, so a township financing question for which I don't know the answer. So if we have dedicated money to, let's say, a construction project, and it's going to get dispersed over time as the construction goes on, do we effectively have to escrow that money in something that's not earning very much interest, or can we earn, a 6-month treasury rate on? Like, are we allowed to sort of match invest it and like get some income from the money?
Our finance department will use investments that may go out several months, but based upon the projections for need of the money, which is what we do with our regular tax money as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Dawes.
All right, so now's the time for commissioner comments and motions. And so to be efficient, I think we've had a good discussion so far, at least in terms of questions. If you have comments, and there's a motion on the floor, so if you wish to amend the motion or amend the allocation that's before us after your comments, this would be a good time to do that in the course of making your comments. So, commissioner comments. Everybody follow what I just said? No commissioner comments.
Well, Dan had
comments.
Commissioner Bernheim, is your hand up? Okay. Commissioner Sean Kramer.
I would like to make a motion, thank
Okay.
you, that we reallocate the 100.
I'm gonna have to ask you, since my hearing aid doesn't exist, if you could speak closer to the mic.
I'm gonna get you one for Christmas. That we reallocate the $184,890 for the new athletic field to Narberth Ambulance. Do I have a second?
Second. I'll definitely second that. Commissioner Self, I thought you were just seeking comments, not motions, but if that not be the case, I'm glad that Commissioner Kramer made the motion.
So, Commissioners Bernheim and O'Neill, if you didn't hear it, what I said is that to be more productive, I invited commissioners to make their comments and to make their motions, if they wish to, at the end of their comments or right at the beginning, as Commissioner Kramer just did. So, so we'll give you a chance to second the motion, unless you've already done that.
Anthony did.
Already done.
Okay. So if I understand, Commissioner Kramer, are you saying, look, we'll use the round number of 185? Are you saying 250 plus 185 would go to Narberth Ambulance, which is a total of 435?
And may I ask what the total request was for
The
Narberth?
total request today that came in, why don't I let our manager respond on that? 363,000.
Friendly amendment to your motion. I think that the amount that they asked.
Other Commissioner Kramer.
The amount that they asked for was another 112,000, not another 185,000. So would you consider that a friendly amendment to your amendment motion?
I would. And I would like to add to my motion that we would reallocate the remainder to nonprofits.
Okay, getting complicated. The remainder is 73. So Commissioner Sean Kramer, how about if you make your motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we reallocate the $184,890 for the new athletic field. Right? And then how do I do this? Allocating the requested, what is it, $112,000 to Narberth Ambulance and the remainder to the nonprofit pot.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Do commissioners have any questions or comments?
Just
Vice President Cameron.
to make things a little cleaner for a friendly amendment, it's actually $112,692.82, just to match exactly what they had asked for, if that's friendly.
Or we could keep it at 112.
Yes, that was a friendly amendment, yes.
Commissioner Churchill?
And what would be the balance that would go to the nonprofit grants?
72,000. About 72 and change.
Roughly 73,000, although
71.
the friendly amendment that's been accepted would slightly adjust that.
71 and change.
Other commissioners with questions or comments? Commissioner Portman?
With regard to the new athletic field, how long has that project been in our CIP? Does anybody who's been here longer than I have know?
It's only actually been in, this particular project has only been in the CIP a couple of years now. One year early to investigate. Last year allocated some money to proceed with the actual acquisition of the property and proceeding with the project. It's been an idea for a while.
Okay. The reason I ask that is just I feel like there's very much a need for athletic fields in the township, and while yes, this is only going to cover a minimal fraction of what the full cost of an athletic field would be, we need something to push this forward. The township does need to take on some of the burden of athletic fields. So I think nonprofits and Narberth Ambulance are both great recipients, and I would just ask that if we do this, when we come time for CIP workshop 2 weeks from now, we not continue to kick the athletic field can down the road, and we have other sources of funding for that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gilda Kramer.
This is just a point of order. Aren't we supposed to vote on the amendment motion? Or are we taking comments on the amendment?
The amendment was friendly and accepted, so it's one motion.
Oh, so
That was a comment on the amendment.
There is just one motion on the floor, because Commissioner Kramer essentially withdrew her initial motion and put forth a new motion, which has two components to it.
which has now been seconded.
It's been seconded by Commissioner
And now we're having
Stevens.
comments on.
We're
this
commenting
amendment.
on that motion, yes. I thought, Commissioner McComb, did you raise your hand?
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to add with respect to the athletic field, you're actually going to be asked next week to consider taking a certain action with respect to the athletic field, so it's not being forgotten.
That's great to hear.
Okay. Things evolve quickly. President Sinai.
I just want to support something that Commissioner Courtney said, which is like, one of the to me, one of the elements of the ARP funding is it kicks into motion things that the township wouldn't otherwise get going on. And one way to do it is not necessarily to fully fund it, but to partially fund it and drag the township's budget along with it, right? As a way of making it happen. And I take that as being exactly what Commissioner Courtney was saying with respect to the athletic fields. I think that's important to keep in mind. And one of the questions I asked Manager McNeely in our sidebars right here was, I was like, well, based off of Commissioner Sean Kramer's questions earlier about when the funding reallocation would happen, is, well, what happens if like these things come under the allocation and we have extra money in 2025? And the answer is we're not really sure. And my response to that is, well, then we should just make sure that we kind of underfund these things and top off with township money, so we don't run the risk of like having money, ARP money, that's been allocated that we aren't allowed to reallocate, right? And I think Manager McNeely quite rightly said, the project estimates on here are kind of the estimates that we most recently had, and they're extremely likely to come in much higher than this. And so what you're seeing is effectively, that kind of ARP copay, right? But I Commissioner Courtney, I couldn't agree with you more. I think we should be putting down payments on stuff we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Bernheim.
Thank you. Just following up on the athletic fields, I think that this is a topic that's been around for a while. The problem has not been the willingness to fund it. The problem is finding a place to put the fields. So if we have a location, then we'll go forward with it. So, the concept of putting money into a project as a way to jumpstart the project getting going, sometimes that works, sometimes it does not. We've had funds sitting for affordable housing for a very long period of time. We just haven't found the appropriate project for which to use it. For the fields, if we find it, we will build it. And so that's been the issue. And I don't think there'll be any hesitation, on behalf of the board to fund whatever we assess to be appropriate for fields. As Commissioner Zeloff indicated earlier, they've been in desperate need for a long period of time. So I think this motion is not going to take anything away from the commitment to fund the fields. So that's why I second and support it.
Commissioner Bernheim, this is a very specific location. I'll let our manager respond more, further respond. But this is not a category of a funding for an unspecified location or a to be determined location. This is the opposite of that.
And I recognize that, but for years past, we didn't have the location. And that was the problem. Not now, which is why there isn't going to be the hesitation to fund it. But feel free, Manager McNeely, to add whatever you think is appropriate.
No, I agree with Commissioner Bernheim.
Got it. Okay. Well, you don't get a vote. Okay, seeing no other comments, I'm gonna say that I am not gonna support the motion because I think it is very important to have some funding for this line item, new athletic field. I am supportive of increasing funding for Narberth Ambulance, even though their request was at the very, 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 very last minute. But I'm not supportive of both aspects of this motion. And I will say that funding for Narberth Ambulance could come from that line item, or it could come from an increase in the interest estimate, as our manager said earlier this evening. So, are there any other questions or any other comments on the motion? If not, I'm going to call it. Remember, the motion is two components. Is to zero out the line for new athletic field, putting 112 into Narberth Ambulance, and the balance into nonprofits. That's the motion.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, the motion carries. So the allocation has been amended. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Gilda Kramer.
I hope you'll forgive me if my comments are a little bit long, but I would like to talk a bit about the work of the ARP Engagement Committee. Our ARP Engagement Committee, which was chaired by Commissioner Stevenson, on which Commissioner O'Neill and Commissioner Sean Kramer and I served, spent months intensively working to evaluate the needs of our residents in light of COVID-19. We ultimately engaged Triad to do a needs assessment. We had public meetings, a survey, interviews of people who were serving the people in our community who had needs. And Triad came up with a document that was shared with all of us that showed very significant needs in this community in a number of different areas. Probably the number one area was the area of affordable housing. Another significant area of need was behavioral or mental health assistance that was needed. Another significant area were the needs of seniors, and food insecurity was another significant need that was identified. Ultimately, based on the needs assessment, we looked at a host of different potential projects. There were probably 15 or 20 of them that we looked at. Commissioner Kramer, Sean Kramer that is, developed a rubric for us to evaluate all of the projects that we were considering. And to see in large part how they met the purposes of the American Rescue Plan Act. And based on all of that, we recommended $1 million to address emergency needs of residents. We made that recommendation last October or November. And this was not supposed to be all of the needs. These were just the emergency needs, the ones that needed to be addressed right away. And we recommended allocation only of about half of the remaining ARP funds. And we expected that the rubric would be applied with those criteria to every project that we considered using ARP funds for. We recommended leaving about 6 million unallocated, while the public was given an opportunity to submit proposals or requests. And then we anticipated that after 6 months or a year from that time, we would do another round of allocations. So we expected that there would be 3 rounds of allocations, the one that we did before, a second one based upon our work and the work of the Finance Committee looking at what we had done, and then a 3rd round that would be the final round. So the million number that we came up for emergency needs itself was a compromise. And a compromise because there was some difference of opinion among the 4 of us about how large that number should be. Some of our members of this committee thought that the number should be substantially higher than $1 million to address emergency needs. And there was some dissent, and so we compromised to try to get money out right away to the community in the amount of $1 million. Apparently there was some form of miscommunication between us and the Finance Committee. And the Finance Committee appears not to have fully understood what our recommendation was, and instead is recommending allocation of everything, including interest, and not allowing for a process, an open and transparent process to allow members of the public and organizations in the public to submit proposals to us that could well exceed the $500,000 that the Finance Committee then in turn compromised our number at a second time. It was a second round of compromise. That we do know, we do not know what the proposals will be that will come from the community. And we also really don't know yet for sure how much is going to be necessary to complete Ardmore House, although I'm encouraged. Our township manager told us when we were working on this issue that we would need $2 to $4 million for that, as that process, in addition from us. And I'm encouraged that it may not be that much, but since we don't know, I think it's important for us to keep some money in reserve, because completing Ardmore House, as this board has concluded in its priorities, is an extremely high priority. We have a huge waiting list of mostly elderly and low-income people who need a home. The food insecurity in the township is also a growing issue, and we've heard recently from all of the organizations that are addressing food insecurity. Narberth Community Food Bank has requested money from us. ElderNet has requested money from us. And Neighbors Helping Neighbors, which has a unique method of getting food to people who are not otherwise served by our food banks, has also requested money from us for that purpose. In the CDBG funding requests alone, there were $203,000 that were not funded, that were requested by these organizations for 1 year. There were also previous requests by POM for operating funds and for a van that would improve their operations and help them get people to appointments. There were other proposals that have been submitted in the past by nonprofits that we haven't funded, including from Union Fire for losses that they sustained during the COVID shutdowns. And also the Friends of the Kenwood Heritage Trail to improve on the enormous amount of work that they do to maintain our parks. In terms of the food insecurity issue alone, we've learned from the school district that there are 1,100 children in our schools on subsidized meal plans. And our best estimate, after working on this issue for 3.5 years, the best estimate we've come up with is that there are more than 5,000 residents in our township who are food insecure. The recent curtailment of SNAP, the one that happened and then the one that has just been agreed to and is in the new legislation that's going to even further curtail it, is only going to exacerbate this significant problem that is largely overlooked but exists in our community. So even if we took the full $500,000 that the Finance Committee recommended to go to nonprofits and gave every penny of that to food insecurity, it would only be $100 per person for 1 year, or $2 a week per person for 1 year. And I know in speaking with one President Sinai earlier today, I talked a little bit about my own family's history. My father grew up in the Depression, dirt poor, and his family used to have to borrow a quarter to go buy dinner. And dinner would consist, and he told me this many times, of a bowl of potatoes with a little tiny piece of meat on top of it for the whole family. So the $2 a week per person might enable them to buy a very small bag of potatoes, and that's about it for 1 year. We have until the end of 2024 to allocate all of these funds. And I believe that we need to maintain some flexibility for when we receive proposals from the community and proposals from the organizations that are serving our people in need. And we've heard some of them come in recently talking about how they can't afford toilet paper and they can't afford detergent and all of the types of things that our food banks are also trying to provide for them. And I think that since we have additional time and we should have some additional flexibility to address some of these significant needs that were identified by Triad for us, that we should remove $4 million from the category of stormwater and leave that unallocated at this time until we can receive the proposals and see how much is really needed for some of the affordable housing initiatives like Ardmore House. And so therefore, I am going to move that we amend the allocation to remove $4 million of the amount proposed for stormwater and to leave it unallocated at this time.
Motion's been made. I see a second to the motion from other Commissioner Kramer. So let's have a discussion on the motion that has been made. President Sinai.
Yeah, so before people really start discussing, let me just touch on some of the points that Commissioner Kramer raised, because they come to really, the fundamental roles of the ARP Engagement Committee versus the Finance Committee. And let me just say a little bit about the exercise that we are doing tonight. And that is this exercise where we are allocating a pot of money, and pretty much everything on this list, as to my eye, is services to someone. With the exception of the stormwater, which is a separate ARP category, right? But everything else is services to someone. It's services to township children through playgrounds. It is services to active adults through trail improvements and things like that. It's services to low-income households through affordable housing. It's services to disabled children through accessible playgrounds. It's the Ardmore Avenue Community Center, which is half of the more than half of the money is going to that, right? Like, it's all services to someone, and so really what this level of the committee is trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to allocate to different populations of the township in terms of who's receiving, the funding for services, right? And so services to food insecure is another category of this, right? And that's why the Finance Committee was tasked with bringing to the board the proposal for the high-level allocation, because the triad study is focused on a subset of the 63,000 people in the township, and we as a board need to balance that, right? And I think we as a board are going to have a reasonable discussion about how that balance should be met, and there's probably going to be differences of opinion on this board, but like that's kind of what the exercise is, right? And that's why we kind of set it up this way, right? The part of that kind of allocation that was especially not well developed was this idea of, well, what is it that would be the potential needs of the community, right? And are there sort of non-traditional groups that we hadn't really thought about for funding, right? And one of the reasons for outreach in the engagement committee was to try and elicit that stuff, elicit what those needs are, right? To help inform us, right? And so that's the balancing act that I think we need to try and do here is to figure out what that allocation is. So the original idea was identifying those potential beneficiaries or recipients was really where the ARP engagement committee was tasked with, and figuring out how much money potential recipients might need. Though we haven't got to that part yet, we have a rubric for it. Was there, and then it was going to be this meeting where we kind of figured out, well, what should be the allocation to everything. It wasn't a engagement committee, was the committee for all ARP allocation. That really wasn't the intent. I think the only comment that I'm going to take particular umbrage with, and I don't do this often, is that this process does not allow, I'm going to quote this, an open and transparent process for submitting proposals. That is not right, right? The whole point of this process and the original intent of this process was to solicit ideas from the community and solicit proposals. I'd originally, hoped that we would have proposals by this evening when we were doing this. We'd actually have concrete things in hand. That turns out probably not the best way to come at this. This is probably a better way. I understand that now. And we will do that process immediately after this in terms of soliciting proposals, right? And it will be open and it will be transparent. We will not have a referendum on the capital items in the budget, right? Like that is not a way that we should operate, right? But in terms of generating well-considered and proposals that we as a board can evaluate, like that is what we are doing, and that is what we're in the middle of doing. And I think that's what we as a board are committed to doing. I should stop there. I have the least other stuff to say on this, but I did want to stick that, get that in there. Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff.
Okay, thank you. Other commissioners with comments? Commissioner Kramer.
Thank you. I like what Commissioner Kramer is recommending. I think that it does offer us the flexibility to solicit the proposals that we're looking at, and see what the total is, right? And see if there needs to be additional funds from this unallocated $4 million to meet other community needs. And we can always put the money back, right? Back to stormwater management or to other needs if we need to. We don't know what the level of community need is going to be. I think that when we think about, we know what CDBG, grants have typically looked like and that kind of thing. Those grants are small because that's what people know. That's how much they know they can be asking for, right? But if we're saying to folks in the community, ask for what you really need, they might be asking for more, and I think that we need to give ourselves the flexibility to be able to meet those community needs. I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Commissioner Whalen?
Yes, so for the reasons I already stated, and I won't belabor them now at this hour, I do think that the $500,000 number was appropriate. I hear the comments coming from fellow commissioners, and I think that, honestly, my opinion, and I may be wrong, and I'll be happy to be wrong if I am, that we're not going to get to 500,000 even in the ability to allocate when we go through that process as a board. However, as a hopefully friendly amendment to reach a compromise given the time and the background that I've put into this, I would be amenable to taking $1 million out of the stormwater fund, putting it into the nonprofit grants to make that 1.5 on the idea that we're going to talk about when that money is not able to be allocated to the nonprofits, it's going to revert. And I think at this point in time, we're, to my mind, we're taking $1 million from the stormwater, allocating it in hope to the nonprofit grants, and if that doesn't work, then it reverts back to the stormwater as we've previously allocated it, but it does give some of the freedom that both Commissioners Kramer have addressed here. I don't know if that would be considered a friendly amendment to reach a compromise tonight, but I would be acceptable with that.
Can I just get a point of clarification? The initial amendment was to unallocate money, and you're suggesting that rather than unallocate, we would actually move from one bucket to the other.
Yes, so just to be clear, good question. We have $4.533 million right now as a proposed allocation to stormwater. What I am saying, as I understood Commissioner Gilda Kramer's motion, to zero that out and have that unallocated for now.
No, it wasn't to zero it out. It was to take 4 million of that out of the 4.533 or whatever it is million. That was the proposal, to leave some in for stormwater and then to unallocate it, see where we need it, and we could put it back into stormwater in 6 or 8 months when we have more information, if we need to.
Understood. So in conversations with Commissioners Courtney and Zeloff and Manager McNeely, I do believe that from a timing perspective, we need to allocate all the money now. So, and again, I hope this could be a friendly amendment to get us to a conclusion. I would take $1 million from the 4.533 proposed allocation for stormwater, reallocate it to the nonprofit grants, and make the nonprofit grants 1.5 million. We are going to discuss, not tonight, in a month, how the allocation process looks for the nonprofit grants amount, and if in the event that we can't allocate all that money, what happens to, where does that money revert back to? So that would be my suggestion as a friendly amendment. And Commissioner Courtney, I appreciate you clarifying that because it was not clear, and I think now it is.
If it's not friendly, I'll second it. How about that?
So just to clarify, the 500,000 is actually now like 572.
572, 197.18, thank you.
I was waiting for that clarification. I could not pull those additional numbers out. So I would first prompt that as a friendly amendment. If it's not friendly, I certainly understand that, and I would vote down your amendment.
If the number were a little bit higher, it would be
Okay,
very friendly.
Commissioner Kramer, friendly amendment or not?
Yes, I'll take it as a friendly amendment.
Commissioner Courtney.
There's no second. It's a friendly
Okay.
Does the seconder accept the friendly amendment?
That's for you.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoff. I'm going to I've already foreshadowed this, I'm going to follow suit with Commissioner Whalen here. I think removal from stormwater makes sense. This is a cost that we had already planned for in our CIP well ahead of receiving ARP funds. We'd even started the process of creating a stormwater fee, which means there's at least some willingness on this board to raise revenue for stormwater funds. As was previously stated, it would be very easy for us at some certain date that we will set next month to revert these funds back to stormwater should we need them. There's probably going to be an endless need for stormwater infrastructure improvement over the course of the years. I've been a bit silent, so I'll just go ahead and make my comments on the allocation overall, just to sort of speed things along. I think all along this process has been sort of fraught with competition between long-term investment in capital and infrastructure improvement and immediate need for people who are negatively impacted by the pandemic and the economic downturn. I think it's very easy for us to find projects for capital improvement because that's what we do every year. We have a 5-year plan in our CIP to pick and choose from. What's more challenging here and what's challenging for us in general is understanding and assessing the needs of nonprofits and lower income residents in this township. We're lucky in Lower Merion, and perhaps it's a reflection of our fortune that we have strong nonprofits that are largely supported by charitable giving, volunteering, and philanthropy within our community. But as a township, we have considerable funds, not just from the ARP, that could be used to bolster support for these nonprofits as well as those most in need in our community. I think the ARP committee has done great work, and I thank you all for that. Especially in terms of illuminating the needs in our township and proposing ways for us to improve our delivery of funding now, as well as in the future going forward. I also think I'll single out Commissioner Zeloff because of the three of us, he definitely did more than a third, more than a half. He did the lion's share of the work on the Finance Committee and understanding and digesting this and making it easier for Commissioner Whalen and I to sort of follow along and give our 2 cents and along with this process, and I don't want this last minute change to sort of reflect any negatively on that. I think the Finance Committee's process was great all along here. I think the allocations proposed by the Finance Committee were a testament to compromise, as a compromise amongst the competing opportunities defined by this board and by the ARP Engagement Committee, a compromise amongst the three of us as leaders, and the work here tonight in itself was a great compromise. I hope most of you are happy or at least not angry with where we've ended up. I think each of the projects that were designated in this allocation are worthy and will be a great use of these funds. So, thank you.
Other commissioners with comments? We'll go with Vice President Gambler.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Zeloff. I'm a little concerned and confused by this amendment and don't think I can support it for a couple of reasons. The first is when we started off this discussion, we talked about how the ARP Engagement Committee came to the Finance Committee asking for $1 million of funds for kind of nonprofit grants. We're now at 1.572369.18, whatever that was. Mr. Trobe. So thank you for that. So first of all, we're not even where kind of the committee had asked for, which is confusing. The other part, and I think it's really important, these are kind of obviously really important goals, right? Supporting those who need support within our community. There's no doubt that this is hugely important. But we also don't solve it ourselves, right? And especially not only ourselves with ARP, we also devote other money to it. The county devotes money to it. There's other private grants. There are a number of ways. So if we're talking about the township from ARP money giving $2 per person per week for food insecurity, that doesn't mean that anyone who's getting that $2, that's all they get. They're getting there are other sources of support, which are really important, right? It is a township problem, but it's not only a township problem. And, an allocation of $500,000 to just that is a huge allocation. And as President Sinai said, it's not the only allocation that's going to those in need. It's one way of getting resources to those in need, right? I talked about before Ashbridge House. That is for low-income seniors in our community, and as we talked about, that's a project that would start next spring, hopefully be completed within a year or two. It doesn't serve an immediate need for food, but it does serve a huge need for the low-income seniors in our community. And we talked about the AACC and the POM and affordable housing, and there's, as President Sinai said, I'm not going to go through the whole list, but there are millions and millions of dollars in this allocation for the groups in need within our community in a different way. And I think the role of the Finance Committee was to take these competing needs and to work them together and come up with an allocation. And I think the committee did a very good job, a very thorough job. We talked about how much all the kind of leaders of these committees put into this work, and and it shows in these allocations. Stormwater, I think, is something we're kind of taking a little too lightly, right? We talked earlier tonight about how speeding and traffic is a real big complaint that we all get. Stormwater is another huge one that we talk about constantly. We talk about climate change, we talk about sustainability. We've had in our budget millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars allocated to stormwater management. It's something, as Commissioner Courtney said, it's been in the plan, but as we've said, a lot of these things have been in the plan, and this is what's going to allow us to get them done. And stormwater management, if I recall, is one of those specific topics that's listed in ARP allocations. It is, specifically listed as one of the reasons or one of the buckets where this money is supposed to go, and that's what the kind of when this money came out within those regulations, stormwater management was listed there specifically. Commissioner Courtney, you mentioned the stormwater fee, and it's something we worked on in a committee with Commissioner O'Neill and worked very hard and had a really good proposal, and then we were kind of cut off at the knees by some decisions that were made kind of way above our pay grade. But I think it showed that there is a need to raise fees for stormwater management. It's something that's hugely important to us. And this is a great way. I mean, $4.5 million is like 20%-ish of the overall budget. It's not 80% of it, and it's an important piece of it, and it's something that I think is appropriate to be in there, and to be in there at that number, not to be in there at $500,000 if we remove that out. So, we are allocating money as it is currently allocated among groups in need. We're not just saying, oh, here's $500,000, that's it, everything else is going elsewhere. I mean, the accessible playgrounds, the Ashbridge House, all of these are to groups that are in need, and I think this allocation does a really good job of divvying it up and balancing all of these interests that we have as a township and kind of doing it in a way that does as well as we can. And because of that, I can't support this amendment, even though I wish we had $400 million and we could give money wherever we can. We are forced to make these balances and these kind of allocations, and I think it's a very fair one that we have here. Thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioners?
Well, I just had I would
Commissioner
support what Vice President Gavin says. My point of information is, didn't the Pennsylvania Supreme Court disallow a stormwater fee?
That was a Commonwealth Court decision, which the Borough of Westchester is appealing to Pennsylvania Supreme Court.
So, and we're mandated for stormwater management. It's either spend this money in this way or it's going to come out of our general fund. So those people that want to take this money out of stormwater management, I hope that they will support a tax increase.
Thank you. Commissioner Stevenson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is unfolding here is the process that we intended to happen. The ARP committee brought forth suggestions to Finance Committee. The Finance Committee brought forth an outline, and as members of this commission, we were able tonight to talk about what we feel is in the best interest. As Commissioner Courtney said, you know, we're talking about competing issues, competing positions. And I'm going to support this. I'm going to support this because I believe that it is important for us to put funding towards the needs of folks in this community. However, I'm going to say that it gives me pause when it's said that there was not transparency there. And if there was not a transparency there, and this was not done in transparency, I would hope that we outline those places where it wasn't transparent, so we can identify that and make sure that there's no misperception as we move forward. Because I think that everyone in this dais wants what's best for folks, and I would hope that as we move forward on that this funding, that we look at it not only as an opportunity to address the needs, but also build on, after this ARP funding goes away, what are the next steps? And what are the next steps to continue the needs of our community? The other piece that I think that is important for us to keep in mind, and this is one that I will ask the manager not necessarily to speak to tonight, is if this passes, it's going to be important for how do we work with staff, because staff is going to be the important key component to direct these pieces to it, about how people are identified, the monitoring of it. It scares me about distribution of these kind of funds, because as those of you who have seen that there's been millions of dollars that has been misappropriated in this country, and some misused, some intentionally, some unintentionally. And so the plan with the staff is going to be important, and I would hope that the manager has either current input on those kind of directives, or how working with staff moving forward on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other commissioners with comments? Commissioner McCollum.
I'll be very brief. I agree fully with Commissioner Stevenson. I'm inclined to support this because I think there is really most of the committee members seem to be supporting it, but I think it's important to recognize that these funds are not going to be around forever, and it's a big mistake to fund operational things, because when the COVID funds go away, you leave people worse off. That is why traditionally it's been capital projects, the ambulance that will last for 20 years. So I agree. Second, not all these nonprofit groups have shown financial responsibility, and I think that it's going to be incumbent upon us and staff to make sure that this money is well spent, because it's a lot of money, and all the reports we're seeing about COVID funding, a huge percentage of it has been wasted or gone to people who didn't deserve it. So I'll support it, but we really need to get on top of this. Thank you.
Others? I think you've already spoken, Commissioner Kramer?
Yes.
Okay, so President Sinai?
Where?
Oh. Commissioner Bernheim? Commissioner O'Neill, excuse me.
They look alike.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner Bala. I can't support this motion. And it isn't that I don't support the discussions that we've had as a part of the subcommittee and everything like that, and these are numbers that have been thrown around, but Commissioner McComb's point is spot on, and that is that these funds are really not intended for use to meet operational needs, whether they're operations of a nonprofit or anything like that. And to the point of a seed fund being developed for a community foundation, which, by the way, solves the discussion here now about where we're allocating money to, because it then lies within a nonprofit sector for these decisions, that we are told is not allowable under ARPA funding, which I have not seen in any literature. I do know that for HUD monies, it is not an allowable use, but I have yet to see this under Treasury. So that's disappointing. But because now we're talking about reallocating $1 million and taking away from stormwater money to try and plug a hole that may or may not be temporary, it's I respectfully won't be able to support the motion, and still want to look more carefully at what Triad has said with respect to the ARP funding and use of a small fund to solve some of these community problems, and how we allocate and spend staff time on them. So thank you.
Now President Bernheim.
Excellent. At least I got your name right, not your title. Commissioner Bernheim.
So, I too can support this for a couple of reasons. While each of the programs or the concepts which have been outlined are certainly things that I think any of us support, the question always becomes, what are our marching orders, and what does the ARP funds, what were they designated to be used for? In the latter aspect, I think the points have been raised, but one of the other points of the ARP concept was to serve the community as much as large as it can do. The stormwater issues have been something that have been around for a long time, and as noted, it's mandated that we do this, and this service is everybody meaning everyone in the township. Interestingly enough, my recollection is the first commissioner on this board to be trying to champion stormwater issues is Commissioner Courtney's predecessor, and that Commissioner Gelber was trying to tell all of us that this was going to be the issue that we had to wrestle at some point in time. And she seemed to have a good eye on the crystal ball as this has come up, and now it is a requirement, and it is a fairly substantial one that we have to have. I also think that the work of both the Finance Committee and the subcommittee has been notable. When we had the first tranche, it was just delegated to the Finance Committee to take it all on. That was Commissioner Zeloff, Commissioner McComb, and Vice President Gavin. And I know the number of hours that they put in to do this. Now we've had two committees, multiply it by 2, and they've come forward with some very thoughtful recommendations. To hear at the table say, well, all right, let's just take $1 million away after we had thought about this and allocate it to some unspecified aspect of, some potential programs somewhere, someplace, seems to be a little bit haphazard for my preferences. That the thought that went into the recommendations this evening were meaningful, were considerate, and were a little bit less than, all right, let's just allocate because it seems to be, with all due respect, a feel-good moment. I don't believe that that's the way that we ought to treat these funds, that we ought to be, consistent with the thoughtfulness that got us to the recommendations that started out this evening, and mindful of the fact that we will have those stormwater expenses and probably then some, which the entire community will have to absorb. So with that, I'm unable to support, this amendment, and think that at the time, should other programs come forward that are within our lane from any of these community groups, we can look at them and see what it is we can and cannot, and what's appropriate for us as a township to support. The last point is, keep in mind, we've been at this for years. During the pandemic, we set aside money for food insecurity that was not utilized. We set aside funds for rent, which was not utilized. Maybe that was our fault not publicizing these programs because of the need, but to sit there and say, all right, we're just going to set aside $1 million, I'm uncomfortable with legislating in that fashion. Thank you, Commissioner Zella.
Other commissioners? President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeloff. So let me just ask our manager a question, because again, we have a ticking clock, and we've already said that we have some funds to allocate, for proposals that we haven't seen yet. Like, working backwards, when do we need to have that process done in order to be able to reallocate the funds if they are not used? I'm just trying to think about our budget process. I mean, this is like, this is I don't know if you can answer that.
I mean, again, the operative word is obligated by 12/31/24. Obligated means there's been some kind of contract awarded for the expenditure of the funds, and then of course spent by 12/31/2026. But I think you need to know before 12/31/24 whether these nonprofits are actually who you may award grants are going to be able to actually do their projects. As we find out in our other small grant programs, the 140-some thousand or so we allocate in CDBG and the 100,000 from general fund, we often have trouble with some of these folks actually getting their projects done and getting them spent. So I think you absolutely need to know early to mid 2024 if it's actually going to work, and whether you end up having to draw back some money and get it recommitted before 12/31/24.
Okay. In the process of recommitting is, we hold a committee meeting and a Board of Commissioners meeting, or we have to advertise, or how does that?
No, you'd have to, committee meeting, Board of Commissioners meeting, another vote like you're doing tonight to reallocate monies, and then with the hope that we can actually, whatever you allocated it to, we can actually get that project designed and awarded in a bid before the end of the year.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Manager McNeely. So let me just echo what Commissioner Stevenson said, which is, this discussion is exactly the point of this meeting, and I've said this to some of you before the meeting, right? Which is, it was always, the point to have these kinds of fundamental policy discussions, like in public and debating it in a place where this board is naturally going to have differences of opinion on it, and legitimate differences of opinion. And I think that is what a healthy board does, right? We don't come into this having foreordained it, right? We talk about it here so people can see it, and I think that is I think it's been a very good meeting for that, and I appreciate my fellow board members on that. And it is teed up, as Commissioner Stevenson said, and I want to echo what he said, by the hard work of the committees, the subcommittees who really set the table for us, and you laid out the issues and did all the hard work. The fruits of the engagement committee's labors are still to come, right? Because the implementation of the hard work that they put in is the process that we're kind of undergoing now. And the finance committee has put in a lot of effort laying this out for us. And if anyone is watching this, and that is perhaps dubious, you don't see all the work that goes on behind the scenes. It is a tremendous amount of work to get us through this meeting, even at the hour that we're at. You can imagine what it would have been like had we not had the level of preparation that this board had done. So thank you. So I have some thoughts on this. First, I'll note that right now we have a proposed allocation of actually $935,000 to non-township nonprofits, because there is $362,000 to our Narberth ambulance, plus $573,000 to unspecified as yet. So I'm going to kind of default to process on this, which is that as I mentioned, some of you originally I thought we would come into this meeting perhaps with a list of nonprofits or other beneficiaries outside of the township to compare the list of actual known CIP projects too, right? Because I think it is hard, as Commissioner Bernheim said, to kind of allocate money to a blind pool and not know where it's going to be. The point was made to me, it is hard to solicit proposals if people, applicants don't know how much money is going to potentially be there, which is a fair point. But that puts us in the position of having allocating to an unknown set of beneficiaries. So this idea that we put a placeholder number in place and accept applications and evaluate the applications with enough capacity, as long as we can revert that money quickly enough, appeals to me as a matter of process, because it's a way of coming at this with full information, right? Which is, I think, as Commissioner Sean Kramer said, you don't kind of know who is out there who might not be thinking about it like normal CDBG applications. I think there are probably more things than just like the needs assessment. We have, you can imagine nonprofits applying to acquire open space, right? I mean, who knows, right? What the applications would be, and admitting the possibility for them strikes me as appropriate. It is not lost to me, because I tend to defer to the work of the subcommittees to a large degree, that the members of these committees, by and large, are supportive of this approach as well. So that's my thought on it, is that to do it that way. I think Manager McNeely made a very important point, which is that, like, when it comes time to do the allocation, we are going to have to be disciplined to make sure that the money can be spent. And as Commissioner McComb said, we are going to need to be disciplined to make sure the money is spent correctly. I will leave for a later debate the view on operating versus capital costs, but I think that is going to be important for us. That's kind of how I see it, and how I'm going to vote on this. And I appreciate that not everyone is going to see it the same way as me. And that is why we have 14 people on the board, and everyone gets the same vote. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? So, my turn. Prior to the motion, there was a suggestion that there hasn't been opportunity for public comment. Between a year and a half or 2 years of civic associations, triads, public meetings in this room, the engagement committee's efforts with public outreach, that's a little hard to accept. The rubric suggested by the engagement committee is supported by the finance committee for the nonprofits. Just about everything else on the list is in the CIP, and by definition has been through a process in this room in which commissioners have expressed their views, and that the items that have made it into the CIP have been deemed to be priorities. And we asked the staff, we asked Ernie, can you score them? And he said, well, they're all going to come out high, and that's what he told us today, or yesterday. So there are, I don't believe there was a miscommunication between the committees. Commissioner Stevens and I spoke regularly enough that I think I understood, and I think he understood where each committee was headed. I believe that many, not all, but many of the nonprofits in our community are financially strong. We see the financials. We will see the financials in this process that we're going to get from staff. The $500,000 was the Finance Committee recommendation, and I think it's one that I certainly continue to support. I was reminded, because I didn't say it earlier, stormwater is a clear, defined category in the ARP regs. So it's surprising to me that we would consider reducing it. And when it comes to the Affordable Housing Fund, we heard from our manager a number that I didn't know, that he expects we'll have $3 million in the Affordable Housing Fund by the time of construction of the expansion of Ardmore House. So we're at $1.6 million for nonprofit. That's the motion before us. That's where we would end up if it passes. rounding up slightly. It's far beyond what we've discussed. I think it's far beyond what is reasonable. And it's going to take a lot more time. I think the point that was made by President Sinai, it's going to take a lot more time. And then we're going to be up against deadlines. I don't support it. I think it's counter to the good work that's been done up to this point. So with that, I will call the motion just to clarify or to remind. As I understand it, the motion is to transfer $1 million from the stormwater category to the nonprofit category. Is that correct, Commissioners Whalen and Kramer?
Yes, that was my friendly amendment, which I believe both
I believe is
Commissioners
accepted
Kramer
by
accepted.
Commissioner Gilliland. Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so with that, that motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. I count 7. All those opposed? I count 6. Motion passes by 1, 7 to 6. Are there?
Excuse me, point of information. We've had some absences of some commissioners. The last time this happened, we voted on a budget. And are we going to allow those absent commissioners to vote or not?
So there's one absent commissioner
Yeah.
tonight to vote.
Okay.
Madam
Well-
Secretary, did you get that as a 7 to 6 vote?
I did.
Okay, so there's one absent commissioner, Commissioner Brown.
So we'll be voting on this next week.
And this is a committee
Okay.
recommendation
Okay.
to the board, and the board will
Fine.
be voting next week.
Okay.
But
Yes.
you won't be voting on this specific motion because this was just an amendment to the main motion. You'll be voting on all of the allocations, including this one, as a group.
There'll be an amendment.
Assuming no one amends it again.
Well,
Yes.
and next week, there will be opportunities to amend. But what will be in front of us next week will look different than the what's before us this evening, what started out being before us this evening. Okay. Do any other commissioners have any comments? Seeing none, and the hour is late.
Actually,
I just-
Commissioner Sean Kramer did.
I just want to thank the members of the Finance Committee for all of this hard work. And
Again, Commissioner Kramer, could you speak
I
up?
want to thank
He
you.
wants to hear this.
Thank you for your, thank you for your work.
For-
Thank you for your good work.
Okay, thank you.
One more time.
Louder. Okay.
Main motion.
Oh, I was going to make some final comments, but I'm not sure I can even find them. And others can make, of course, can make. Does anybody else want to make any comments to where we are? We have done a thorough analysis as a finance committee and as an engagement, separately as the engagement committee. Ernie's support has been very valuable. And I would just say that, I continue to feel strongly that social service needs and the social safety net vital in the way we conduct our economy is best handled by state, county, and federal government, who are much more equipped to provide for those needs, as well as for social service nonprofits that are in our community. So with that, there is a motion on the floor that I made 2 hours ago for the allocations. There have been 2 amendments to the allocations. The motion was made and seconded, so if there are no other comments, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the motion as amended, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those opposed? That motion passes 8-5. Mr. President, that concludes the business of the Finance Committee for this evening.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Zelov, and like I alluded to before, that was just the tip of the iceberg of all the work that the Finance Committee did, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.